1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
at 5:01 p.m. and welcome everyone here who's joined us. To start today's proceedings, I'd like to remind everyone that in accordance with Clause 5.37 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I'd like to inform everyone that and everyone attending this meeting that A, this meeting is being recorded, live streamed, and made publicly available on the Council website, and B, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. In relation to Clause 4.3, the provisions of this code requiring the live streaming of meetings also apply to public forums. Today we have a few speakers, and to start off, I'd like to invite Mr. Eric North, who would like to address Council on item OP01 Woodward Park Draft Plan of Management, and then he's registered to speak on Planning PD02, Planning Proposal to amend Liverpool LEP 2008 to Cambridge Avenue, Gunfield, and then we'll go from there. So, Mr. North,
Chair, if it's all right with you, I'll do them back to back to try to keep inside time. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right. When there's you don't have to rush. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all right.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and fellow residents. Both those of you in the chamber and those of you watching via the webcast. My name is Eric North. I rise today to address Council on two items. Operations 01, Woodward Park Plan of Management, and Planning and Design 02, Glenfield Industrial Precinct. These items are tied to those I addressed at Council last month, meaning they are directly and indirectly linked to Australia's largest inland port at Moorebank, and thus also tied to Council's committee or lack thereof, as it has not met at any point this term. All of these interrelated items, and much more besides, ought to have been discussed in great detail during any of the 6 meetings said committee ought to have had to date. Given that I'm speaking again on related matters, indicates that Council did not heed my previous address, either because those present did not pay attention, or did not understand, or I did not make myself understood. Assuming that it was the latter, I will try to make these issues as plain and as explicit as possible. First, I must update the chamber. Having identified Council's intermodal committee had not met in 20 plus months, a council officer was queried about this. Said council officer stepped to this very podium and misled the chamber when stating the committee had indeed met. A letter from the CEO has confirmed this, that no meetings were held. However, instead of a remedy, the bulk of the CEO's letter is spent excusing the actions of the council officer and introducing what appear to be, to me, further misleading obfuscations, such that the original complaint now extends to the CEO himself and has been forwarded by me to the governance team. Having resupplied a fit-for-purpose draft charter, updated to reflect current circumstances, and having supplied a list of 8 names and emails, both the charter review and expressions of interest have been executed. Yet the longer that the delivery of the related resolution of February 2025 is knowingly or unknowingly delayed or misdirected, the greater the legal jeopardy to Council. So once again, I am pleading with all present tonight to please heed my words and act accordingly. Regarding Woodward Park Plan of Management, I'm speaking against the recommendation. More accurately, I am recommending Council delay any resolution and exhibition until formal confirmation regarding the West Liverpool bypass has been achieved. Noting that the draft POM is to go on exhibition for 42 days, undergo a public hearing, and thereafter be locked in for a period of 10 years on the basis that said exhibition invokes no changes. My goal tonight here is simple: to save Council time and money, and possibly lots of it, and thus save residents any confusion and heartache. When addressing Council last month, I referred to something called the MITRA strategy. That's the Moorebank Intermodal Terminal Road Access Strategy, a simple image of which is hopefully on your screens. The MITRA strategy represents the execution of conditions of consent via a VPA, a voluntary planning agreement, which is in turn subject to clause 7.36 of the Liverpool LEP. As identified last month, this renders all the listed road infrastructure as must-build upgrades. Must-build upgrades. The items listed are Moorebank Avenue realignment, Moorebank Avenue and M5 interchange upgrade, Cambridge Avenue upgrade and extension, M5 westbound Weave Georges River Bridge upgrade, Heathcote Road and Moorebank Avenue intersection upgrade, Heathcote Road and Newbridge Road intersection upgrade, and finally, the West Liverpool bypass, which should be pictured in purple in the image. The last of these is otherwise known as Brickmakers Bypass, running north-south over the natural area watercourse within the Woodward Park Master Plan and the Plan of Management. This bypass is a must-build upgrade twice over. First, because without it, the Moorebank Inland Port would concurrently breach its primary conditions of consent not to exceed network capacity and clause 7.36 of the Liverpool LEP that requires, quote, satisfactory arrangements to ensure against such exceedance. Second, because it elected to forego a symmetrical eastbound weave upgrade of the M5 Georges River Bridge, Transport for New South Wales, in effect, locked itself into delivering the West Liverpool bypass. Council thus has only one of two choices. A, it argues for the delivery of the bypass and adjusts its Woodward Park plans accordingly, so as to ensure that the Moorebank Inland Port is not in breach of its conditions of consent and the LEP, or, having confirmed in writing that Transport for New South Wales has abandoned the West Liverpool bypass, Council can then proceed with the exhibition of its plans for Woodward Park as is, while beginning civil enforcement proceedings against the MIP for breach of the development contract and the LEP. It is one or the other. For reference, as an agent of the court and under confidentiality undertaking, I have access to the Mitra strategy in full. Council does not, I do. Meaning I speak from a place of authority. Finally, Mr Mayor, given you responded to me directly last month suggesting that none of the agency concurrencies flagged the problem with the Woodward Park Master Plan, I must remind you that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It does not mean that the mandate to deliver the West Liverpool bypass disappeared. Rather, it is just as likely, and I say more likely, evidence of a unknowing error or knowing breach on the part of Transport for New South Wales, who is now solely responsible for all the must-build infrastructure. So I implore you all to delay any further exhibition and expense on Woodward Park until Council has formal confirmation in writing from the Transport and Planning Departments regarding the delivery of the West Liverpool bypass, and thereby obtains proper foundation upon which to take one of the two pathways I've outlined tonight. Regarding PDO2, regarding the proposed Glenfield Industrial Precinct and the rezoning application to give effect to it, and a further 280,000 square metres of warehousing along the Georges River, I reaffirm the strong and unanimous objection of all residents and speak against the recommendation for blind, quote, in principle endorsement. More than that, I am recommending Council not merely reject this recommendation with prejudice, but the Council write to the Departments of Planning and Transport to formally signal Council's objection to the principal SSDA, on the basis that it does not simply lack, but is antithetical to any strategic and site-specific merit, that it would further undercut adjacent development approvals, and again invoke a breach of the Liverpool LEP. And that's before we take stock of the loss of almost 92 hectares of green open space on riverfront land already zoned RE1, public recreation, land which clearly has potential for higher and better uses. Now, it was only a month ago that I praised the planning team for its gaps analysis of the state's new planning policies, wherein Council covered flooding and urban heat, tree canopy targets and the blue-green grid, open space modelling and public open space provisions, all of which made clear just how much Liverpool struggles with these issues, which in turn makes this recommendation to throw away prime open space and public recreation land within a blue-green grid not merely confused, but just plain wrong. Disappointingly, the report reads as though the planning team just has no ideas how to best use the land. So why not just default to more warehousing that we don't need and is not in fact permissible at this location. Surely we can do better. Surely we can put our minds together and collaborate on something great. Take the image that I hope has also been put on your screens. It is a master plan for the 2012 London Olympics. If you cast your eye to the bottom half and pause to watch the triangle emerge and within it a stadium, then you have some sense of how we might deliver a world-class stadium and a conference centre with architecturally landscaped foregrounds back to the powerhouse, accessible on 3 sides from 3 directions via 3 train lines. But this is just one idea of hundreds you might discover if council valued local and historical knowledges and asked residents to workshop with council while it concurrently pushed the state and federal governments to fund the preservation and activation of this much needed open green space. As to the substantive issues of strategy and legality, any claim to strategic merit would be a category error and a nullity, as the report itself states that it was not assessing the principal SSDA or its merit. Furthermore,
Sorry, Mr. North, your time is up. Do you have much more to go?
Not long, no.
Can you summarise it in 30 seconds?
I'll jump to this. The planning panel did not review justification of impacts, therefore strategic merit is not valid. But to state this more plainly, the 280,000 square metres of warehousing along the George River would undercut existing development consents. To be as simple and as explicit as possible, the Moorebank Inland Port on the adjacent riverbank is only approved for 600,000 square metres. However, the footprint and the height of built forms is in train to being pushed out to 1.22 million square metres. That's more than double the limits of consent, as was pointed out by Council's own submissions in 2021 and late 2024. I'll jump to the end. Worse though, if Council blindly endorses the in-principle development of a further 280,000 square metres, then the total jumps to a whopping 1.5 million square metres of warehousing, 2.5 times more than approved for this regional road network. Moreover, it would result in Council actively endorsing a breach of its own LEP. This is a non-starter. On the numbers, to just be really plain, that satisfactory arrangements was assessed to accommodate 5,600 trucks a day and 8,600 cars a day. Jump to adding the Glenfield Industrial Precinct and using New South Wales own guidelines, we would expect approximately 15,000 trucks and 18,000 cars plus 20% on busy days, equating to 3 times the amount catered for under the conditions of consent and the LEP. That's even after the upgrades. Any rezoning of proposal, therefore, is a non-starter and ought to be rejected with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. North. I now would like to invite Jennifer French, who would like to speak on item PD02, the amendment to the LEP on 2 Cambridge Avenue, Glenfield.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Today, as discussed, the Council decides whether to keep or remove the recreational zoning on the site at 2 Cambridge Ave. It is a very large land parcel with the Georges River, as discussed, Leacock Regional Park on the other perimeter, and the Campbelltown half has got Glenfield Rail Hub at the end of it with very good access onto the site. If Council changes the zoning to industrial, the land will be blanketed in huge warehouses 20 metres high. To me, this is an issue of legacy. A large piece of land that has long been designated for public recreational use will be passed over forever without a full public investigation into possible future uses. I get that Council doesn't have $500 million to acquire the land and build a stadium at this time, or a sports ground complex, or to add the land to Leacock Regional Park, hold moonlight cinema screenings on the riverbank, and so on. But what about in 5, 10, 20 years? if council can get the money but can't get the land to realise the dream. Liverpool and Campbelltown are both high growth areas. I'm asking council to defer this zoning issue until a proper due diligence process relating to future recreational opportunities has been undertaken, including consulting all the groups who might be interested in taking advantage of the opportunities for recreation on the land. And there should also be a dialogue undertaken with Campbelltown Council, who shares the site. So to disclose, we're at historic Glenfield Farm on the escarpment above the site, so we see it. We'd be heavily impacted if the site is put into warehouses, but also ancient sight lines from the escarpment would be lost. There'd be noise, light spill and traffic impacts as discussed. But as far as I'm aware, no benefit to residents except a low level of jobs if you assess the size of the site. Warehousing is a low rate of employment. So a lot of submissions have been made in the past about the very severe potential traffic impacts of the Moorebank intermodal site if it had in fact succeeded in attracting a significant number of clients. And as discussed earlier, is council really prepared to run this risk again with another warehousing development in the area? Council had no choice about the Moorebank intermodal, which was a state significant development backed by the federal government, but this one is not a state significant development. There is choice here. This is a very valuable piece of land for us as residents, as well as for the developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. French. I now would like to invite Mr. Dan Simpkins, who would like to speak on the same matter.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant, Glenfield Waste Services. The planning proposal is really about one simple thing: bringing the zoning of the Liverpool part of the site into line with the site's history, its current role, and the way that the land now functions. This is not a conventional parcel of land. It is a site with a long history. It has been shaped by Sydney's growth over many decades. In the 1951 County of Cumberland planning scheme, Sydney's very first strategic plan, the land formed part of Sydney's Greenbelt. Today's Western Sydney Parklands is one of the main legacies of that policy. But Sydney kept growing. Casula, Preston, Glenfield, all developed around the site. Major infrastructure was built through and around it. Over time, the land became separated from its original strategic context. The East Hills Railway Line, the Moorebank Rail Line Spur, Cambridge Avenue, high voltage transmission cables have all shaped this land. They have also isolated it from its surrounding residential areas and reinforced its role as a city-serving landholding. In November 2016, the Office of Strategic Lands reached an agreement with the landowners for land along Georges River to be dedicated and transferred to government. That satisfied the earlier deed of agreement with the Minister for Planning. Almost 10 years later, this planning proposal seeks to complete the planning logic of that settlement. A settlement made all the way back when Mike Baird was Premier. The key objective is to rezone the Liverpool part of the site to E4 General Industrial. That would align it with the existing industrial zoning on the Campbelltown side. The proposal before Council has also changed through the process. It has been almost a year and a half since the planning proposal was lodged. It has been publicly exhibited. It has been amended in response to issues raised, including reducing the proposed height of control on the Campbelltown part of the site to respond to visual impact concerns and apply a consistent 19-metre control across the site. This is one site, but it sits across two local government areas. The only practical access to the Liverpool part of the site is from Cambridge Avenue, through the Campbelltown side of the land and under the East Hill Railway line. This means that the Liverpool and Campbelltown communities will get the best outcome if the site is planned and coordinated. That is why there's two planning proposals underway. This proposal before Liverpool City Council and a related proposal adopted by Campbelltown City Council in March. A key part of getting this right is a site-specific development control plan. Liverpool City Council could consider updating its resolution to request that the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure take responsibility for adopting a DCP-wide across the entire Glenfield waste site. This would align with the resolution adopted by Campbelltown City Council. It would also recognise the practical reality that only the department has the statutory ability to prepare a DCP across local government boundaries. There is also merit in aligning minimum lot size controls. A 4,000 square metre minimum lot size already applies to the Campbelltown side of the site. Applying a consistent lot size to the Liverpool part would support coordinated subdivision and delivery. That does not mean that every control needs to be identical. The proposed minimum landscaped area controlled for the Liverpool part of the site has merit. It's a sensible local control. It is good policy. The broader point is simple. This site should be planned as one integrated precinct, not as disconnected fragments. It also needs to be planned in a way that recognises the surrounding communities that have grown around it. Traffic and access are clearly front of mind. With two planning proposals and a state significant development application under assessment, the applicant will continue working closely with Transport for New South Wales on the Cambridge Avenue upgrade and safe vehicle movements. This is not the first time that the landowners have helped facilitate improvements to Cambridge Avenue following the realignment of the road through their land holdings in the 1970s. The opportunity of this site to continue serving South West Sydney is significant. Preliminary economic analysis indicates that the site could support around 2,000 direct ongoing jobs through the current proposal. The broader precinct has potential to make much larger contributions to jobs, industrial land supply and the South West Sydney economy. For those reasons, we ask Council to support the planning proposal. We also ask Council to strengthen the resolution by seeking a whole-of-site DCP led by the Department of Planning, with consistent minimum lot size controls across the Liverpool and Campbelltown parts of the site. This is a practical step. It aligns zoning, infrastructure, access and employment outcomes for a site that has shaped Sydney and can continue to serve South West Sydney into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public forum of this month for Liverpool Council. The official now meeting starts at 5:30 p.m. So if I can just give everyone 5 minutes and then we'll get back here and we'll start the official meeting. Thank you, everyone. I now declare the public forum closed. In accordance with clause 5.37 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I inform everyone attending this meeting that A, the meeting is being recorded, live streamed, made publicly available on Council's website, and B, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. In relation to clause 4.3, the provisions of this code requiring the live stream meetings also apply to the public forums. To start off today's proceedings, I would like to invite Bishop Richard Asamoah Boateng from the Destiny Impact Church to read the Acknowledgement of the Country and the Prayer of Council and the Affirmation, which will then be followed by the National Anthem. Can I please invite Bishop and ask everyone to please stand?
Before we begin proceedings, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present. The Cabrogel clan of Daron, Nashron, I acknowledge that this land was accessed by people of the Dawaral and Daron nations. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all of Liverpool residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight, we affirm our hope for sound decision making by council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the mayor, the councillors, the staff of council, and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. Now let's pray. Father, in your name, we represent this meeting and the city into your hands. We ask that your presence will take over from the beginning till the end. We pray for wisdom. We pray for understanding. We pray for unity where there's differences, all for the sake of your glory and for the betterment of this city. We ask, O God, that in the end, your name shall be praised and magnified. In Jesus' name we pray. Let everyone say amen. You may be seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you very much, Bishop, for your kind words and prayer for all of us here. Well, once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to tonight's council meeting for those of you who are online with us. I also would like to particularly point out hopefully Councillor-elect Zelli, who is in the crowd here today and will be joining us officially at the next council meeting. So thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you next meeting to fill in that lovely chair over there next to Councillor McNaught, who's been hasn't had a friend for a while outside. Today, we don't have any apologies. However, we have one application from Councillor Monaghan to attend by audio-visual means. I would like to formally move that his wish be granted. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. If we can just let him in, please. And Councillor Monaghan, if you can just please turn on your camera. Next item is the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 25th of March and the extraordinary meeting held on the 28th of March 2026.
I'm happy to move that way.
Moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Deputy Mayor. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Yes, Councillor AJ.
Yes, is it Conf 11? It's non-significant. It's to do with Liverpool Olympics. My kids play soccer there.
Non-pecuniary, less than significant?
Yes, please.
Yep. And what action will you be taking?
I'll stay in the chamber.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Councillor Carneeb.
Yeah, similar to Councillor AJ, we seem to have this conflict that we have to declare when it comes to motions like this. Conf 11, similarly, my children play sports at this particular club.
And what is the nature?
It's non-pecuniary, less than significant. I'll stay in the chamber.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations? No further declarations. No petitions. We'll now move into condolence motion and mayoral minutes. The first condolence motion is from Mr. Chris Quilke. It is with sorrow that Liverpool Council acknowledges the recent passing of former councillor and Deputy Mayor of Blacktown City Council, Mr. Chris Quilke. Chris was first elected to Blacktown Council in 2016, serving 2 terms, including one as Deputy Mayor and for a period as Acting Mayor. A resident of Quaker Hills, he served the community he loved as a junior sports coach and trainer with his unique energy and commitment, which was evidenced during his time serving as a Blacktown City Councillor during a period of unprecedented growth. Chris also contributed strongly through several committees, including chair of the Companion Animals Advisory Committee and represented Blacktown at the regional level through the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils. A passionate advocate for Blacktown City, he believes strongly in the role of local government to improve people's lives and the importance of supporting a growing population. He focused on practical improvements, including local infrastructure such as bus shelters to provide safety and shade for commuters. Chris had a long record of public service, having worked in policy and legislative roles across the New South Wales public sector, including Corrective Services New South Wales, the Crown Solicitor's Office, and the Attorney General's Department. Those who worked with Chris knew him as someone who understood people. He valued the connections that bring a place like Blacktown City together and the role council plays in supporting them. I have no doubt that Chris will be remembered for his service and contributions to the Blacktown community and to local government as a whole. And I'd like to move that Council 1, record its sadness at the passing of former councillor Chris Quilke and acknowledge his extraordinary service to the Blacktown community. 2, extend heartfelt sympathies to his family and friends by issuing a formal letter of condolence on behalf of all the Liverpool City councillors. Any discussion? I'll put that forward. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. If I could ask everyone to please stand for a minute of silence. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The next mayoral minute is regarding centenarian, Leslie Noel Short, CLO, OBE, and former mayor of Liverpool Council. I wish to acknowledge and celebrate a truly remarkable milestone in the life of former mayor Leslie Noel Short, officer of the most excellent order of the British Empire, companion of the Order of Liverpool, and known to everyone simply as Noel. This on the occasion of his 100th birthday, which was now last week on Monday. During Noel's lifetime, the world has changed. When he was born in Erskineville in 1926, a mouse was something you caught on a track, live streaming was something you did in a creek, and reaching out meant grabbing hold of something. Noel moved to his family to Hoxton Park in 1940, when they took over the family farm. They moved to Moorebank in the late 60s, and that time became part of the community he would go on to serve for decades. Elected as an alderman of Liverpool City Council in 1968, he served for 19 years until 1987. This included 5 terms as mayor, 72 to 73, 78 to 79, 80 to 81, and 81 and 82, and 82 to 83. At that time, elected members were known as aldermen, a title that later changed to councillors in 1993. Noel was a policeman, serving as a police prosecutor and retiring as the sergeant in charge of the Wollongong Prosecutors Branch. He is recognized as the first serving police officer in the world to be elected the mayor of a city. This unique achievement earned him the Peter Mitchell Trust Award for Outstanding Cultural and Community Achievement and reflected the high regard in which he was held across both professions. His other awards recognize the breadth of his community commitment. The Police Long Service and Good Conduct Medal in 1975, Companion of the Order of Liverpool in 1979, Officer of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire in 1982. The OBE recognized more than 40 years of service to the community, particularly his work supporting migrants, charities, and the sister city movement and local government within the city of Liverpool. Noel now resides at Ashfield Terraces Care Community. Sadly, his wife of 78 years, Phoebe, passed away in 2024. Together they raised 3 daughters, Pamela, Julie, and Leslie, and we warmly welcome members of Noel's family here tonight. On behalf of this council and the wider Liverpool community, we acknowledge a life of extraordinary service and commitment. Noel's contribution helped shape the city we serve today, and his legacy reminds us of the enduring importance of leadership grounded in integrity, humility, and service to others. And one, I'd like to move that council adopts this mayoral minute to recognise the sterling contribution of former Mayor Leslie Noel Short to the Liverpool community and congratulate him on reaching his centenary. And 3, present a certificate of appreciation to Mr. Short in recognition of his lifetime of service. Is there any discussion? I'd like to move that way. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Can I check, does anyone from Mr. Short's family end up coming today? No, that's all good. We'll drop it off to him at the at his home in Ashfield Terraces. Our next one is regarding Campese Continental Butchery, the 50-year anniversary. On the 14th of April 1979, on the corner of Edmondson Avenue and 15th Avenue in West Hoxton, Giuseppe Campese opened up E&J Campese Butchery, later renaming it Campese Continental Butchery, a name proudly carried to this day and widely recognized across Liverpool as a local institution. Through hard work, dedication, and passion for his craft, Giuseppe built the business into a respected name, specializing in traditional Italian butchery and the production of Southern Italian small goods. Known to many as Joe, Giuseppe ensured Campese Butchery became a cornerstone of the Liverpool community, proudly supporting local sports clubs, emergency services, multicultural associations, and community events. At the heart of the business has always been Giuseppe and his family. Together with his beloved wife Maria, he raised 3 children, Jessica, Joanne, and Eugenio, who have each contributed to the business in their own way, with some continuing to work there today. The loyalty and longevity of Campese Butchery staff is equally remarkable. Sam Lampari, whom Giuseppe employed as a 14-year-old boy in 1978, remains with the business today and has served as manager for more than 45 years. Giuseppe's son-in-law, Roberto, joined the business straight out of high school and has played an important role in its growth and direction. Over the years, Giuseppe expanded the business and opened up additional locations, yet his commitment to West Hoxton store never wavered. In 2007, the business relocated to its current premises at 218 15th Avenue, West Hoxton, a significant step forward as Giuseppe took ownership of the property and embraced a new chapter while maintaining the values and traditions that built the business. Sadly, in October 2025, Giuseppe's beloved wife Maria passed away and was unable to witness this remarkable milestone. She would have undoubtedly have been immensely proud of all that her husband and her family have achieved. As Campisi Continental Butchery celebrates 50 years, I extend my sincere congratulations on behalf of the people of Liverpool, and I thank Giuseppe for him and his family and everyone who's been proud of this amazing local story. And I'd like to formally move that Council adopts this mayoral minute. 2, Council recognizes Giuseppe Campisi and his family for the amazing contribution to our local community and congratulate them for this amazing achievement. And 3, to present a certificate on behalf of Liverpool City Council to Campisi Continental Butchery in recognition of the amazing 50-year anniversary milestone. And I'd like to, is there any discussion? No. I'd like to formally move that way. All those in favor, against, declare it carried. And for those who don't know, the Campisi family is all here. They look a little bit different when they're out of their uniforms, so if I could please ask Joe. Thank you. Our next mayoral minute is regarding Anzac Day 2026. Anzac Day, 25th of April, is one of Australia's most important national occasions, marking the anniversary of the first major military action fought by Australia and New Zealand forces during First World War. This year, Council delivered a broader program of events leading up to Anzac Day to generate community interest and youth participation. The program concluded with a commemorative dawn service in Big Park, delivered by Council with support from the Liverpool RSL sub-branch. The 2026 program highlights included more than 5,000 people in attendance and a continual steady growth in attendance each year. Additional local military stories being added to the Anzac Day Walk, the large corflute displays in Big Park, as well as the inclusion of cross imagery. 19 local schools in attendance, with students and their teachers, the highest participation of schools to date. Council's greatest achievement is in having our local schools participate to ensure future generations' involvement. Those schools included All Saints Catholic College, Casula, Austral Public School, Austral, Good Samaritan Catholic College, Hinchinbrook, Good Shepherd Catholic Primary School, Hoxton Park, Liverpool Boys High School, Liverpool, Liverpool Girls High School, Liverpool, Manara College, Green Valley, Moorebank High School, Moorebank, Sadleir Public School, St. Anthony of Padua Catholic College, Austral, St. Christopher's of Catholic Primary School, Holsworthy, St. Francis Catholic College, Edmondson Park, St. Francis Xavier's Primary School, Lernia. The Anzac Day program was extended this year to include development of Liverpool military stories to share throughout the program, ceremony and marketing initiatives, promotion of Liverpool City Council libraries, online commemoration and resources available, a range of free events and programs at Liverpool Regional Museum, Liverpool Powerhouse Before Dawn movie screening, promotion of the Department of Veteran Affairs resources, promotion of the City of Liverpool RSL sub-branch membership, billboard promotion at the Sydney Outlet Village, Orange Grove, and additional outreach for school participation. Liverpool has a deep military history dating to 1811, evolving from early colonial garrisoning to hosting major training hubs at Holsworthy and Casula, particularly during World War I and World War II. In addition, Holsworthy Barracks was established after 1910 and became a premier training area for troops, while the surrounding area served as a POW/internment camp in both World Wars. Liverpool's rich military history should be shared. To support the program development, it is proposed that additional funding be provided for the 2027 Anzac Day program for increased seating, improved digital screens, the development of local military stories to tell the Liverpool story, and the production of additional street banners. It is proposed that the additional funding be included in the 26-27 budget that is currently being finalised. And I'd like to move that Council acknowledges Anzac Day, 25th of April, is one of Australia's most important national occasions and Liverpool's deep military history dating to 1811. B, thank Council staff for the delivery of the 26th Anzac Day program and reaching the highest engagement of local schools and youth attendance. C, write to the 19 schools who participate in this year's program, acknowledging their involvement and noting the importance of youth participation. D, write to Liverpool RSL sub-branch to provide thanks for their unwavering partnership and support. And E, increase the 27 Anzac Day budget by $30,000 and adjusting the 26-27 draft budget for inclusion. And I'd like to formally move that way. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councillor Osevsky?
I was just wondering, any particular reason why this mayoral minute was not emailed with the other ones?
I'm not aware of that. I think it was maybe just finalised earlier.
That's okay. Through the CEO, what was the total cost of the 2026 Anzac Day program?
For the CEO?
Thank you. Through the Chair, I'll just refer to the Director, Community and Lifestyle.
I can answer that on my director's behalf. The budget was $30,000 and council spent $32,000 on it. The mayoral minute was prepared, but the mayor did ask for the list of the 19 school names, and that's why that one came through a bit later.
And last one, what was the actual attendance growth compared to 2024? Sorry, 2025.
Who's your question through, Councillor? Through the CEO?
Thank you. Through the Chair, over to the Director, Community and Lifestyles.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Malee Brunetta, who's got that detail.
We understand that this year's event increased approximately by about 1,000. However, it should be noted in 2024 the numbers were about 5,000 people. They dipped slightly last year, but also we don't have accurate counting at the Anzac Day event at the moment, so it would be a guide.
And just last one, with the indulgence of the Mayor, I'd like to add a point F. I haven't seen anything there about the Australian flags. If they can bring that motion up.
Do you want to just read it out, Councillor Ostevsky?
My apologies. I probably should have told them to check their email. I can read it out. Develop and implement a formal program to ensure the prominent display of the Australian national flag across key locations throughout Liverpool during the Anzac Day period, including civic buildings, major roads, parks, event sites, in accordance with the Australian Government flag protocols.
No worries. Happy to accept that.
Do you want to have a look at the cost of that and maybe just amend that to investigate that? Because that is quite...
Sorry, do you want to?
Sorry, through the Mayor. We're going to have to identify, firstly, the potential cost of that. Good idea, Councillor, but it's just the wording across throughout Liverpool means the entire LGA. How many flags do we need? When do we need flag poles for the flags? So perhaps just if we could ask for a report to develop a formal program, just so we can get a quick idea of
Yeah, I've got no issues, but we've already developed a report. Yeah.
that was through the chair, that was in regards to flag poles on civic buildings, I understand, and there was some commentary from the council in relation to does it include toilet blocks, etc. Sorry?
I think the Director of Community and Lifestyle has some feedback on that.
Thank you. Through the CEO, we have done some work around the which flag poles are permissible to fly the particular flag as opposed to the banners. So we do have that work. It is across the LGA, but I don't have the detail on where and how, but I understand it can be facilitated, and where that was appropriately advised, I will make sure that happens through that process.
So I think without having an identified funding source or the quantum, without actually knowing the number, I think we'd have to have it come back as a report, Councillor. So can we just amend that, before we jump on to the next item? We just change the words develop and implement and say report back to council about a formal. Cool. Is there any further discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. The last mayoral minute is a mayor and council civic gala reception. Liverpool is at the centre of one of the most transformative infrastructure stories in modern Australia. Home to both the West Sydney International Airport and the emerging Bradfield City Centre, our city is uniquely positioned at the forefront of economic growth, global connectivity and innovation. These two nation-shaping developments represent the most significant infrastructure investment in Australia over the past decade, and Liverpool sits at their gateway. Momentum is building rapidly. The first international flight will land on the 26th of October, with Air New Zealand marking this historic moment. At the same time, the appointment of Plenary Group as a development partner to the Bradfield Development Authority signals strong global confidence in Bradfield as a future city of innovation, investment, and opportunity. Together, these milestones represent a defining turning point, firmly positioning Liverpool as Australia's next global city. To celebrate this moment, I propose that Council host a gala reception in Bradfield, bringing together key partners, stakeholders and leaders across government, business and the community. This landmark event will recognise the significance of these achievements while highlighting the extraordinary future ahead. Council will deliver an evening that highlights West Sydney's emergence as a preferred international gateway for our Pacific neighbours and the new airport's role unlocking unprecedented opportunities for tourism, trade, investment and local jobs. This will be more than a celebration, it will be a statement of intent. Liverpool's time on the global stage has arrived. I also would like to note that this will be a fundraising dinner, which will raise money for the local community, as we have done in previous years. So the cost that's within here will be covered and will be recouped from those ticket sales to the program. So I'd like to move that Council 1, Liverpool's at the centre of one of the most... Sorry, I think that's a... Thank you. Note that Liverpool is at the centre of one of the most transformative infrastructure stories in modern Australia, both the West Sydney International Airport and the emerging Bradfield City Centre. 2, host a civic gala reception in Bradfield, preferably the West Sydney Airport, bringing together key partners, stakeholders and leaders across government, business and the community. 3, provide a budget of $50,000 in the 26-27 Civic Events Operation Programme for delivery. And if I can add a point 4, please. that ticket sales are used to recoup the $50,000 for the program, and the surplus funds are to be donated to a charity. Any discussion? Councillor Carneeb?
Yes, just briefly. My only issue with it was, Mr Mayor, was where are the funds going to come from? Because we've had 2 budget workshops and we hadn't discussed this. My question is, now that I've just read point 4, twofold. 3, the quantum of $50,000, where does it come from? Or is that something that council staff are going to need to investigate, put together, then we get a rough idea? 2, ticket sales. Who we were inviting, the types of donations, do they come back directly to council and then it recoups the fees? And then the intent is to then donate any surplus to charity, if there is any. I'm just curious as to whether or not, in theory it sounds fantastic, but I just don't understand how 3 and 4 would work. We haven't discussed it unless I've missed it at the budget workshops. So I was going to raise where we're going to get the money from. But in terms of the ticket sales, has thought been given to how much, how many people we're going to invite? Do we envisage that there will be enough people to recoup at least the $50,000 and then some? Otherwise, it's a fantastic idea. It should be celebrated. I'm just concerned about the cost in the current climate.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So last time, while I was involved in organising a mayoral ball, we raised over $100,000 with that money going to Liverpool Hospital and Share Care at the time. So we split it between that, and we did it a couple of times. So raising the money will be pretty easy. That's number one. Number two, with regards to the uniqueness of this, we've been speaking with the airport for a while, and they've actually finally given us the approval to actually hold this in the terminal of the airport, which will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because once the airport's operational, we'll never get that chance again. So I think the opportunity to raise, six digits would be very comfortable with this. We previously did by sponsorships, $20,000, $10,000. We had Brydens, we had Western Sydney University sponsoring the event. So it's pretty good. To get down to the more finer detail, this is what this is about giving the staff now the direction, saying, let's go out there and do this. And then ultimately, I think that 50,000 more is more like a float, if anything, which will be recouped. But yeah, I can be fairly comfortable that once we say, let's do this, that having them sponsors will be very, very quick, and we'll cover that very soon.
Look, on that basis, I've got no concerns.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. We'll now move into the agenda. The first item is CEO 01, Stakeholder Engagement and Strategic Membership Review, page 108, tab 1, with the recommendation on page 109.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Move Councillor Hart. You have a seconder? Move seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is CO 02, Liverpool Innovation Precinct Business Delegation to West Sydney International Airport, page 124, tab 2, recommendation 124. I'd like to move points 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll add a point 5, that the mayor will pay his $300, which is the cost to council as per this report. Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Yes. It talks about frequent flyer points in this report. Now, those frequent flyer points are owned by the ratepayers. With you paying the $300, does that mean you won't be using the asset of the frequent flyer points?
No.
You will be using the frequent flyer points?
Yes.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Yep. Yes, Councillor.
I have some concerns looking at this report. I don't even know what we're approving. There's no confirmed itinerary, no signed agreements, no measurable outcomes, just a promise that a report will come back later. Now, we've heard that before. That report come back later is like a blank cheque. And I remind this chamber that I think we're all still waiting for the Saudi Arabia trip that the Mayor went on. I haven't seen any reports or anything come back to this chamber in relation to that. Where is it? What did ratepayers get out of it? What investments came in? What jobs were created? What agreements were signed? You know, we can't get answers to those questions, and here we are doing it again. Now, in terms of dressing it up as an innovation strategy, sounds great, and a partnership, but you know, we've got to be clear, these points, they are an asset. They're not free. They belong to the ratepayers, and they shouldn't be used for this purpose. If the trip is that important, then, you know, the Mayor should really utilise whatever means he has possible without relying on those frequent flyer points. And that's my concern, and that's why I speak against this motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I've just got a question.
Yes, Councillor Carnegie.
Through the chair to the CEO. The way I understand the financial implications of page 127, it says the direct cost to council for business delegation at the time of this report is approximately 600 due to the council's American Express points being utilised for flights and accommodation. The expense will be allocated to the 2026-2027 financial year CEO operational budget. Budget breakdown will be included in the report back to council. Does that mean that anything extra is going to be forecasted in the next budget? Is that what that means?
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks, councillor. So it looks like erroneous expenses have been put at 600. So the American Express points, and I must compliment the CFO for the tactical strategy employed many years ago to build up that points balance for no extra effort. So that $600 would just be contingent funds, much like, if you remember, the report that did come back to council about Saudi Arabia for Mr. Simat. The expenses there were forecast, were not identified afterwards, taxis to and from airports, etc. That's where I expect the money to be come from. Everything else will be put on the current Amex points.
And just to clarify, Councillor Severs, when I went to Saudi Arabia, I paid my own way.
So no points were used?
No.
Why haven't we seen the report on Saudi Arabia?
I think it's covered in the report.
I haven't seen it. Like, it would have been good for you to present to this chamber what was the outcome. We did pay for a staff member to attend. Those points come with merchant fees. In order to use a credit card, you pay a merchant fee between Amex, probably 3%, so they cost money. They're not for free. And we're still waiting. And I've requested it, and I've requested it, and it's a secret for whatever reason.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair. It's not a secret. It was mentioned in council. Paper came back through Steve Simat detailing what the benefits were of that trip to Saudi Arabia. 3 weeks later, after Saudi Arabia, there were 32 Saudi Arabians in the boardroom, and we were talking about investment into the local area. The cost against the budget, I think, was in the hundreds of dollars only for the total trip, $600.
That's misleading. Those points cost money. Merchant fees are paid on those points.
Is there any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. The next item is PD01, Planning Agreements Policy, Proposed Amendments, page 128, tab 3, with recommendation on page 129.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to defer to a Governance Committee meeting.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Excuse me. I also had an amendment to that, but if we're going to send it to the Governance Committee, happy to take care of it there.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Is that just unanimous, just to confirm? Yep, unanimous deferral. Next item is PD02, Planning Proposal 2, Cambridge Avenue, Glenfield. Page 211, tab 4, the recommendation on page 213.
Got a couple of questions. Through the CEO.
Yeah, just like, is anyone moving anything? Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to, first of all, move a procedural amendment, procedural motion. By that I mean this is an important issue that needs to be discussed, and therefore I would suggest that we move into a committee as a whole, and that way we can discuss the issue. I would also like to see that this, well, let's do it as part of the discussion and see where we arrive, but I would like to see that this item gets discussed as at a committee or a workshop or some such thing where all the relevant stakeholders get involved in this issue. We've had people speaking from the audience, and I think we really need to address this. I have some issues with it, which I'm happy to cite as the meeting continues.
So I think there's three things in that, Deputy Mayor. So yes, committee of the whole to discuss it, if you want to discuss it now. If you wanted to organise a meeting between the proponents and the objectors, relevant stakeholders, that would be a deferral to, or be deferred from today to allow for that to happen. So if you wanted to do that, yeah, it's up to, so 1, 2, I forget what the third one was, but it's, I guess, do we need to have the discussion now in the committee of the whole if you want to defer it for a meeting with stakeholders?
Happy to do that. I'm sure other councillors have their own ideas on this as well. So I'm happy to start and to give my concerns about this, and we can decide what kind of committee we want to go to, who the relevant stakeholders are, and some suggestions.
Yep. I might maybe through the CEO to the Director of Planning and see any recommendations of how to facilitate that sort of a meeting. If I can, please.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Director of Planning and Compliance.
Thanks. Through the CEO, we can prepare terms of reference and a suggested stakeholder group and circulate that to the Council for consideration. Perhaps we can table it at the GCM as well.
Governance Committee? Sorry. For Council. So yeah, so that's one way of going forward if you want.
I'm happy to discuss some of the aspects of that now, and then depending on what other councillors have to say, we can decide on how we best achieve the stakeholders meeting.
All right. So do are you formally moving that we go into a committee of the whole?
Yes.
Yep. Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Carneeb. All right. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Okay. Deputy Mayor, then we'll go to you, Councillor Carneeb. Do you have something? Or first you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, listening to the speakers about this item, I think it's important that we look at some of the aspects of the impact of this on our community. Must admit, this is the first I've heard of it, and I think that this zoning change is going to have an enormous change in that particular area. So first of all, I personally am against it. I know a little bit about the history of that site. I remember the site as it was a rubbish tip, the Glenfield tip, and it had been operating for many years, 30 plus years that I know of, and I would suspect that the owners of that site would have made a considerable amount of money in that period. Now that the site is almost ready to be turned into something else, we are now contemplating selling that, and when I say we, the owners are contemplating selling that at, I would suspect, at an enormous amount of money. So I think what we need to do is look at the impact of for instance, the traffic, all of those issues that need to be discussed, particularly since the intermodal is just across the road from that. The traffic issues that you're going to end up getting because of the intermodal will be compounded enormously because of the warehousing that you're intending to put there by rezoning it. So I have some points of view here that I'm happy to go through, and they are, first of all, these are the questions residents have asked me over this period. Who originally owned the site? How did it come to be zoned RE1, public recreation? Who sold it to the current owners and at what price? The current owners have operated a waste facility there for 30 plus years, generating considerable revenue. Now they want to rezone it for industrial use and sell it at, I would suspect, an enormous profit. That may be entirely legal, but it deserves scrutiny. I'm requesting a full title search and ownership history before we proceed. There are traffic impacts. The report acknowledges that Traffic for New South Wales raised concerns about the traffic impact assessment. Specifically, Transport for New South Wales did not support the proposal due to proposed changes to existing access easements and had concerns about the supporting traffic report and transport modelling approach, and that's on page 212 of our report. The proponent is now working with Traffic for New South Wales to resolve these issues. That's not good enough. We shouldn't be giving in-principle support while fundamental traffic issues remain unsolved. This site adjoins the Moorebank Intermodal Precinct. The cumulative truck movements will be enormous. I want a comprehensive traffic modelling completed before we proceed. Then there is the alternative open space. The report says council can't afford to acquire and remediate this site for recreation. I accept that, but have we explored acquiring alternative land nearby? Could we negotiate a public benefit contribution from this development towards upgrading Lake Cox Regional Parklands or acquiring other open space? The community is losing 91 hectares of RE1 land. They deserve something in return. I acknowledge Campbelltown has approved their portion, which creates pressure for us to follow suit. But that doesn't mean we should rush. If we defer, we have an opportunity to coordinate with Campbelltown on cross-boundary issues like traffic management, environmental buffers and public benefit contributions. If we approve tonight, we lose that leverage. 18 residents took the time to make submissions objecting to this proposal. They raised concerns about loss of open space, traffic impacts, environmental damage, and the cumulative effect of industrial development in this area. I owe it to them to ensure every alternative has been explored and every question has been answered before I cast my vote. If this is truly the only viable option, that will become clear through proper investigation, but I'm not prepared to make that call tonight. I have some issues that I would like to be included as part of whatever committee workshop we are going to put together. Some of those things are: 1, full title search and ownership history, including the original ownership and how the site came to be zoned RE1 public recreation, sale history, purchase price and current ownership structure, revenue generated from waste facilities operating for over 30 years. 2, completion of traffic modelling addressing Transport for New South Wales concerns, including resolution of access easements issues with Sydney trains, comprehensive assessment of cumulative impacts with Moorebank Intermodal, intersection capacity analysis for Cambridge Avenue and surrounding roads, truck route management and restrictions. And 3, assessment of alternative open space acquisition opportunities, including identification of suitable sites in the Casula-Glenfield locality, estimated acquisition and development costs, funding pathways, for instance Section 711 contribution grants and VPAs, engagement with the Campbelltown City Council to coordinate cross-boundary traffic management, environmental buffer zones, public benefit contribution framework, and I'd like some legal advice on council's obligation given TPHI's relinquishment of the land reservation, potential compensation claims under Land Acquisition, Just Terms Act, and risks associated with refusing the planning proposal. These are all considerations that we need to look at in whatever workshop committee we choose. I would suggest, however, that the committee or the council staff, committees, councillors that know most about this would probably be members of the Intermodal Committee. And since that hasn't run yet, I would suggest that maybe what we do is we run that at our earliest opportunity, and thereby we would have expertise who are familiar with the intermodal to add that information to that committee. That's my suggestion. So it's up to you, councillors.
Councillor Carnegie.
Yeah, look, I don't think I need to speak too much. I agree wholeheartedly with the comments of the Deputy Mayor. I'll start with what the Deputy Mayor ended with. The Intermodal Committee needs to be, needs to meet, I think, as soon as possible, because this is one of those decisions that is going to significantly impact the people in that area. And this is one of those types of decisions that really should have direct involvement from the community. So when we talk workshop in general terms, we think of the budget workshop meetings that we go to. This type of workshop really should be one of those forums that council used to run, I think, prior to my election in 2024. This is one of those decisions that really should only occur after considerable feedback is received from the people who know the area best and those members on the committee in the intermodal. But as it presently stands, my intention would be to not support this. But I agree with the Deputy Mayor that there's a lot of answers that are left unanswered at this point. And for that reason, I think that what should occur is it should be deferred. A workshop should be convened with staff determining its structure, type, and ensuring that the way and mechanism in which it's set up ensures real feedback, real involvement from the community around that area. Otherwise, otherwise it'll be an incorrect one, simply put. The other aspect of it is I don't think it should just go to a governance meeting. In theory, if the Intermodal Committee was to meet and then there was to be a workshop set up specifically for this, because the two, whilst as a result of this may have their correlating concerns or parallel concerns, so to speak, it may be the case that the committee can feed into the information that's relevant to councillors as to the way they wish to decide on this particular item. And for those reasons, I think that a workshop should be set up post the Intermodal Committee meeting with that feedback going back to the workshop before it even gets to a governance meeting where councillors can discuss it. This is, in my view, a premature item to have on the agenda in terms of, I think everyone's got to appreciate that this gets published the Friday before the meeting. The community really have, I don't know if the community are reading items on the weekend like us councillors are, but if they are, or if they're not, they only have 2 days to really get across it. It's a dense item that requires a lot of thorough reading and understanding and discussion, and even a perusal of the area by councillors. I know we've visited other areas, but this is one of those items, and that's the reason why it should be deferred, and then it should come to a council meeting subsequent to all of those avenues being exhausted, as opposed to the current recommendation, which is endorsed in principle and then sending it out to public exhibition. That's, in my view, just reckless, and it's putting the cart before the horse, particularly with the amount of feedback that we've received on this item and on this issue. And it's on that basis that I think what should occur is it should be deferred.
Thank you. Councillor McNaught.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. for the most part, I'm in furious agreement with the previous two speakers, and thank you for that. I think one of the other things that this highlights is, our removal of briefing sessions, and so we're kind of, surprised with items on the agenda as well. But this is the new world, and this is how we find ourselves. You're 100% correct, both of you who've spoken before me, and I guess anyone who speaks after me will most likely agree as well. But we need to be in a position to assess the cumulative impact that this proposal would have on top of the intermodal that is already there. My hesitancy around continuing down the path of an intermodal-only committee is that we do not, under that governance structure, have the ability to assess adjoining proposals because they don't fall under that charter. So my desire for this workshop or think tank or whatever we want to call it is to bring everybody who has knowledge of the intermodal, as well as anybody else in that region who wants to be involved. And I agree with you, Councillor Carney, a community meeting style type thing where everybody has input, certainly around the intermodal itself. And I would suggest surrounding proposals, that is the committee that has the most knowledge. However, the governance structure of that particular committee doesn't lend itself to the more regional assessment that I think we need to apply to this development now. So I would like to see a reworking of that so that we have that structure within this workshop. And I know I'm just extending the things that we want on the agenda for the workshop, but I think it's important, and I agree with you. This has not been teased out enough. If you look at the decision that was made by Campbelltown Council, the amount of RE1 land in that parcel is minimal. The amount of RE1 land in our parcel is almost all of it, if not all of it. So we're not comparing apples and apples, and so we need to go through our own processes. Just because they've made a decision, that's for them. That's not the decision that we don't need to feel pressured by that. I just have one question for the director as well through the chair. And I am probably or possibly asking for possible conclusions. If council does not end up supporting this planning proposal after the workshops, after the reconvened committees, what recourse does the proponent have if it's not supported by council? Just so that we're clear on what would be the next step should we not support that.
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair to the director.
Thank you. Through the CEO, the proponent is able to lodge an appeal, which is referred to as a review of a gateway determination, and that appeal is effectively a pathway for the Independent Planning Commission, which is an arm of the Department of Planning, to review and assess the proposal and make a determination on whether gateway, as requested tonight, should be issued or not.
Thank you.
Councillor Ostevsky?
Yes. Is there a specific motion we're discussing, or is this just?
We're in a committee of the whole, and I think the outcome of the committee of the whole will be, once we go back into the normal council meeting, will be to defer it for a workshop. In simple terms.
Thank you. Through the CEO, I noticed that 100% of the community submissions opposed this, but staff are still recommending it to proceed. What's the point of consultation?
Through the chair to the director.
Through the CEO, community submissions are considered as part of the holistic assessment of the planning proposal, and what officers have attempted to do is address the points raised within the submissions within the context of the planning framework. So there'll be a determination on the relevance of the content against the planning provisions, and if they're relevant, there will be a response provided as to how that concern would be addressed. And given this is a report to ask for a gateway determination, that basically means that the next step, if endorsed, would be for the department to issue gateway, of which that subsequent step would include a formal public exhibition of the planning proposal, including formal agency public exhibition. So in effect, this is a preliminary consultation period with the community.
Okay, I think it's a bad deal for residents, and I agree with my colleagues. We shouldn't be rushing into this and endorsing this in principle. We need to be standing up for the community and saying no until this stacks up, which right now it doesn't. And I support Councillor Carney. It should be going to the Intermodal Committee more so than anything else. And everyone's invited to attend that committee, but it should be there. That's the home for this.
Is there any further discussion? Councillor Moon?
Just a clarification through the chair to the Director of Planning. Should we, and I see that the consensus is that we're not going to support this, should the proponent go across and go to the state, are they able to change that decision? Can they reverse that back if we say no? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll refer back to the Director, the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, the director.
Through the CEO, they're able to appeal the decision for consideration by the Independent Planning Commission.
Through the Mayor, the CEO, I have a question. Is there any time sensitivities around council endorsing whichever direction we choose to take?
Thank you. Through the chair, no.
Could I just ask a question to the CEO? The director referred to the proponent having the ability to appeal. What, if at this stage, are any indications able to be given about whether or not that appeal would have any prospects of success?
Thank you. Through the chair. So thank you, Councillor, for the question. I guess that's a matter for decision and interpretation by another jurisdiction, and we are reluctant to give percentages chance of success in that forum. Also, just to clarify, the widening of the audience for the Intermodal Committee is not within the Charter. So, yes, workshop. Intermodal Committee, no. Not unless there was a charter change or an extension or an invitation perhaps from that committee to have a workshop.
That's what I think that's what I meant when I said that the Intermodal Committee be invited to the workshop, the entire committee, and then we can work on that as well.
All right. Just finally,
yes.
Is it possible that when we defer this item to a workshop to come back at a council meeting, that part of it says that it directs council to arrange for the Intermodal Committee to meet as soon as practicable, preferably in May?
Yes, we can include that. All right, well,
Sorry, I just had one quick follow-up question to my earlier question to the CEO. Did council officers give any consideration to the prospects of success on appeal by the proponent in coming to the recommendation in the book that they've come to?
Thank you. Through the chair to the director.
Through the CEO, while it's important to note that the appeal pathway will be a determination made by the Independent Planning Commission, so they're not necessarily going to ensure consistency with the Department of Planning's position because they're independent. Our current position is based on formal correspondence from the Department of Planning, which has formally relinquished the RE1 requirement. So we effectively did not proceed with a full and comprehensive assessment of this planning proposal until we had formal recognition by the department that they no longer see the ability for this site to be open space. And that's largely attributed to the in effect, I mean, while it might not be spelled out clearly, the consensus is around the contamination and the significant cost that would be attributed to remediate the site for the purpose of open space.
Councillor, yes, Deputy Mayor.
So from the remarks the director made about the significant costs of remediation works, while I don't disagree with it, what we need to recognise too is we currently have quite a few places that are in fact ex-rubbish tips. Lighthorse Park is one, Pachulia Reserve is another, Centennial Park in the city is another. Now, it's not that it can't be done. I think that the factor is that has it to be done in a short space of time, or can you do it in a longer space of time? And if the longer it takes, obviously, the less it costs initially. The point is, if we go ahead and rezone this, there's absolutely no chance that you can return it to the people, to recreational open space. That, I believe, is the criteria, more so than zoning at RE1. Even if you leave it as it is for the next however many years, it's future generations that depend on this, not us. And that's the criteria, in my opinion.
All right, Councillor, just mindful of time, I just want to wrap up by just saying this. If there is obviously a view to defer and to hold the workshop. My question to everyone is, and it's a rhetorical question, is that if people have already expressed that they're not prepared to support the application, what are you expecting to hear in the workshop that will potentially change your mind? And if you're not going to change your mind, then a quick decision is better than a prolonged decision. If it's a decision to say no, then it's probably better, as much as it would hurt the proponent, it's probably better to do that quickly rather than delay it for another 2 or 3 months. Because if there's nothing that's going to change your mind, then you might as well just say no to it and be over and done with, rather than go through all the motions if you're going to stay in the same position.
In something that may come as a complete surprise to everyone, I completely agree with the Mayor. What's the point of kicking the can down the road when it seems that the consensus is to oppose? For what it's worth.
Not to interrupt Councillor Monahan, there's no issues with that. There was a question I had before you spoke, Mr Mayor, and the question was when this matter will be subject to an appeal, because clearly it will be, is the community, particularly in that area, better placed with having the build-up of a campaign against saying no, right, over that period of time and getting the reasons for it, so then we can muster up the reply to the appeal at some juncture and the community have their say in that regard? Or is it best simply to say no? If there's no benefit, then I agree, then we can just say no now.
Well, there's ultimately that if you look at how planning has changed, councillors don't have an ability to vote on DAs because it was easy just to say no, and then applicant would go to court, Land Environment Court would win, and it'd be pretty straightforward. But then what would happen is under appeal, the community would lose all of their rights. Now we have a situation where, when it regards to any development application, community has no say in it anymore except through a local planning panel, and they get to be heard for a couple minutes, and that's it. So if we were to reject this versus trying to find a medium ground, which maybe through a workshop there is a medium ground, then at least maybe both sides aren't happy or both sides are a little bit happy, because at least you're getting something. Because ultimately, if this goes to the planning panel, it could get approved, and all the objectors' issues are just thrown out the window and they go for it. It's ultimately, there's an industrial land shortage. Obviously, I'm not saying I don't know what the panel will do, but it has a recommendation from officers, from technical experts saying it's recommended for approval, recommended to at least go to Gateway for consideration. So I think that's the risk that we might be heroes for the short term, but ultimately, Mr. and Mrs. French could be looking at industrial warehouses that gets based on appeal that could be bigger or worse, because the applicant might say, you know what, I might go higher, I might do something a bit different. So that's a risk. So it's the gamble that everyone takes here in deciding to reject Or do we defer to find, is there a medium ground that could come out of a consultation, which could come out of a mediation? But if I ask if you're going to have that, then let's actually go in there with an open mind to see where could there be a positive situation where you might get something different.
Currently, I don't see one, but if the council is in a consensus to vote against now and no one's in a view that they're going to go there with an open mind, then I agree with you. Then we can just vote on the issue now. But if all councillors want to go back and workshop the issue, then I have no concern either way.
I'm open-minded. I refer to this to everyone else, my colleagues who spoke earlier, and to your point as well, Councillor Carney, that having this and not having a briefing session, which we're not allowed to anymore, not going through the detail and discussing it for such a significant proposal, which has been in the process for a couple of years now, I don't think it's fair on us or the community to be able to do that. So yes, I would like to look at it more in detail and to understand it a bit better and to see is there a medium ground somewhere? But I'd like to think there could be winners, but ultimately gets down to compromise or, yeah. So I would love to have a workshop and to go through it, but I have an open mind on the issue on this matter. But I'm very sensitive to how ugly this would be looking from our beautiful heritage facility, a very, very beautiful heritage home, from Leacock's Lane.
So that leaves us with a question. Are we willing to go to a workshop and reach a medium with everybody, with all stakeholders, where, for argument's sake, it's 50-50 if it's 80,000 acres or whatever the number is, if 50 become public land and 50 become commercial? Is that something that everyone's open to? Is there something that we can sort of elaborate, work towards, or is it something that we're going to say, no, this is it, let's just do it? So you got to basically come to the table with an open mind, saying we're willing to work together to get an achievement out of what we're doing. And there's no use going to a workshop and going to, at the expense of persevering with the issue over and over again, if we're not going to go to an open mind where we can reach a medium. If the proponent is happy with reaching a medium, yeah, let's do it. But if they're not and the residents aren't, they just want to keep it the way it is, then it just leaves us at a deadlock.
Councillor AJ?
Yeah, thank you. I think everybody has spoken. I believe there's wisdom in sitting down to talk. So I would suggest that we should go to the workshop and hear both parties and see if there's a change of mind or a miracle that will happen. Yes.
All right. So how about can we move? Can I recommend that we move back into the council and we defer this to workshop and everybody goes to the workshop with an open mind? Yep. Great. Okay. So I move that we move back into, we finish the committee of the whole and move back to the council. Second to Councillor McNaught. All those in favour? Again. Sorry.
About the intermodal committee.
Yeah, we'll do the motion next.
Okay.
We're not doing a motion now. Yeah, just moving back into the council. Okay. So all those in favour? Against? Declare carried. Now, so if I can summarise the motion: one, that this be deferred to a workshop. Two, that the meeting of the intermodal committee be had within the next month to discuss this matter.
Can I just make a point that under the charter that we have at the moment, this matter would not be discussed at the intermodal committee. And that's my circular point.
Yes,
So
sorry.
I'm happy to have an intermodal committee where we can look at the charter and then move to discuss things like this.
Do we invite members of the committee, invite members of the intermodal committee to the workshop?
Yes, I think that was captured in the discussion and that would be part of the discussion.
Yep.
I just think that at the point we're at, we wouldn't discuss this at an intermodal committee meeting with the charter the way it is.
Okay, cool. Councillor Carney?
Yeah, I don't disagree with Councillor McNaught. The only thing I would say, though, is the members of the intermodal committee would be able to talk to the issues that they currently face and how they will be compounded by this particular item. So, of course, when they discuss items that affect the intermodal and what's permitted within that charter, naturally what's going to affect other aspects of what they discuss are enlivened by this item. So the purpose of, you can invite the intermodal committee to a workshop, but the intermodal committee can still meet about the intermodal and then inform council in terms of a report that comes back to council. It's not necessarily go to the intermodal committee to discuss this item. No, it's the intermodal committee to meet because the relevance of them meeting, particularly at this time, is ever so more crucial. That was the intent behind it, not so they conflate the two committees. I agree with you. There could be another one separately later, but the intermodal committee just meeting in May, I think, is of value to us long term.
Is everyone happy with the wording? Does that work? What's written on there? Councillor Kim, does that work for you? Okay. If I can wrap this up then, if there's no further discussion. Deputy Mayor? Right of reply?
I'll do that. The terms of reference, all the issues that I spoke about before and raised, I'd like those included as part of that workshop discussion. I think they were important points that needed to be spoken about. I'm happy to.
So can we add a point 3 that says that that council staff what's what I'm looking for? Review the issues raised in the committee of the whole and have them as topics to discuss. Yeah. Cool. All right. Everyone happy with that? Okay. So this hasn't been moved yet. That was okay. So that's the motion. I'm happy to be a mover. Seconded. Seconded, Councillor Carneeb, or? Yes, okay, good, all good. All right, if there's no further discussion. Shall we? It was a bit weird, I have to check my eyes. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. And that was, unanimous, for the record. Councillor Monahan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next item is PD 03, page 222, tab 5, recommendation 223, Liverpool DCP, proposed amendments.
I'd like to defer.
Move
to defer.
Move to defer. Councillor Hart, do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think it was supposed to go to a governance committee meeting that never occurred, so I'd like this to be deferred to a governance committee meeting for us to discuss further.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Is that unanimous?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item is PD 04, East Leppington Infrastructure Delivery, page 228, tab 6, recommendation on page 229.
Happy to move to note the report.
Move Councillor McNaught. Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor AJ. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Was that unanimous? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item is COM 01, review of the proposed amendments to Liverpool Sports Community Charter, page 233, tab 7, recommendation on page 234. Councillor McNaught?
Happy to move as per the recommendation.
Seconded. Councillor Amoon, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Corp 01 Investment Policy, page 246, tab 8, with recommendation on page 246. Councillor Hart?
I'd like to move a couple of amendments, and I do have a question.
Are you moving the motion with alternate recommendations?
Well, the question is, why isn't it going out to public exhibition? So, depending on that response, I might be moving that it goes out to public exhibition.
Yes,
through the
go for it.
CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the Director of Corporate Services.
Good question. I don't think it's required to, but I'd ask the CFO to just confirm, please.
Through the chair, we are not required to put that on public exhibition.
Okay, I would like to move two amendments to the policy. I'd like to adopt the policy number 1, and that with the following two amendments. Amendment 1 is to section 3.9.1. For everyone's reference, it's page 256. And I want that section to end at as having the higher ESG standards, full stop. So that removes reference to which may include but not limited to investing with institutions not financing fossil fuel companies. ESG standards. ESG.
ESG, not ASG.
Environmental, social and governance investing. And then the second amendment is council previously resolved to get the cash reserves with each investment report, and I'd like that enshrined in this policy, which would be section 3.13.1. Which says the Chief Financial Officer is responsible for implementing this policy and providing the following reports. A monthly report to Council showing, and then a bunch of different things, which is, I'm pretty sure, Corp 02 in this agenda. I'd like to add a point 5, which is the cash reserve schedule. That's just a bit housekeeping.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion?
That probably looks a bit confusing, that motion, but I'm happy to give the exact wording later on if everyone understands it.
Everyone happy?
Yeah, but if you just look at that in isolation, probably get confusing. So, if that makes sense to everyone, that'll be great. Yep.
All right.
I've just got a question through the chair to Councillor Hart. Is it intended that the cash reserve schedule will include a breakdown of internally restricted, unrestricted and internally restricted cash reserves?
Yes, through the Mayor to Councillor Monahan, yes, the same schedule that we receive, which is at the end of Book 1A, page 283. It's just enshrining it in policy, but no actual material change to what we receive.
Any further discussion? Nope. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Corp 02, Investment Report, March 26, page 270, tab 9, reclamation on page 271. Move, Deputy Mayor.
Happy to second.
Seconded, Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Operations 01, Woodward Park, Draft Plan of Management, page 284, tab 10, with reclamation on page 285.
I'd like to
Happy
move
to
that this
move
is
as per the
deferred.
recommendation.
Move, Councillor McNaught. Seconded, Councillor Moon. Councillor Monahan, you were saying, and then Councillor Carneeb.
I was intending on moving that it was deferred on the basis that I recall that there was a motion put to the 10th of December meeting of last year to endorse the draft Woodward Park Master Plan, and part of that motion also directed the CEO to convene a councillor workshop, which I don't recall having occurred. There was one that was placed in our diary, I think, for the 2nd of December, but was cancelled and never subsequently rescheduled. And I also noticed that there's a item in our calendars for the 1st of May being a community workshop in relation to Brickmakers Creek public art. But given the fact that there's not seemingly to have been a workshop about the master plan, or whether or not a final report following that workshop has been and community consultation has been brought back to council. I didn't think it was necessarily appropriate that we endorsed a draft plan of management when those things hadn't occurred in respect of the actual plan. But I suppose that's me speaking against the motion.
Deputy Mayor?
I have a question. We had one of the speakers speak about the viability of this project if there is going to be a bypass around there. You heard the speaker speak about that. I'm concerned that that may put this whole plan into jeopardy. How do we know? Is there any update on what the traffic that bypass is going to happen? When is it going to happen? What impact would it have on this whole Woodward Park issue? And I know the CEO previously spoke about we were given a grant and that grant has to be spent. And if we were to say, no, well, let's look into this, that we may lose that money. Is that correct? So I'm suggesting that we might want to look into that to just see what Traffic for New South Wales has planned and could that have an impact on this whole project?
I'll refer to the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is that bypass is off the map. This is the bypass behind Brickmakers Creek. The WISIG or West Invest grant was conditional on the works going ahead. We have to spend the money. If the state government had a different view about that bypass ever being on the table, they would have mentioned it by now. But I'll refer for some further clarity from the director.
Thank you. Through the CEO, the bypass has never formally been endorsed as part of any approval, any formal strategy. It has, and I probably have to refrain from talking in too much detail about different studies because with Transport for New South Wales, there's a lot of confidentiality aspects. But all I'll say generically is the idea has been floated in context of different developments, but there's never been any endorsed position. It was never mandated conditionally or in any other enforceable manner. It's always been a concept in essence from an approvals perspective. So I can't really say much more than that.
So that kind of, sorry, through the chair, that kind of puts to bed any kind of concession that we would wait for a transport's position on a proposed road which has never been formally proposed. Everybody, including the state government, is working towards the delivery of Brickmakers Creek, albeit not the ideal watercourse solution that the deputy mayor would prefer. But the project's moving ahead, so that's where we're up to.
Is this your way, Deputy Mayor, of getting at the design, huh?
No, it wasn't, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor. The issue is I've been around here for many, many years, and I can tell you that bypass, which the land has actually been allocated, if you look at Pachulia Park is part of that.
Liverpool Street.
All of those, that land is there ready to be used. While I have some doubts, but that's more than 30 years that I know of. So, yeah, let's go ahead with the draft with Woodward Park, and if it comes back, well, I told you so.
Councillor Carnegie.
Look, before I speak against it, because the only basis in which I'm speaking against this motion is the basis in which it hasn't been workshopped. Like we moved and adopted unanimously back in December, there was a workshop scheduled. It was clearly intended for that workshop to take place. It would seem erroneous now to move out without having conducted that workshop when that was the agreed position unanimously by this council in December. I think the whole intent was to have a workshop, was taken out of the diary, cancelled for whatever reason, and not put back in for whatever reason. There is no issues, in my view, with this matter being deferred for a month for a workshop to take place. That was the endorsed position of this council. There was no meeting in January, only 3 to 4 meetings ago. So before I speak against it, on that basis, would the mover and seconder be amenable to deferring this item for the workshop that we all agreed should take place, to take place? So then we can workshop the issues raised by the Deputy Mayor and actually have those conversations.
Through the chair, would maybe if we can go out to public exhibition for 42 days and have the actual workshop within those 42 days, like within the month, because that way we can iron out whatever issues we have and whatever issues come back from the constituents regarding this, they can be combined and then discussed further. Because at the moment, we've lost 5 months since December to today on this, and this is a time-sensitive, I believe, grant from Civic. So if we're going to lose another month and then add the 42 days, so that takes us into October. So we can chew gum and walk at the same time, put it out to exhibition. Let's have the workshop within the next 42 days. Is that possible?
Councillor, just before you answer the question, Councillor Kaneva, we may be at cross purposes because this is different than the master plan. The master plan has already been endorsed. It's been and gone. This is a plan of management, which is about the way that we manage Crown land. We need to have a plan of management it's different. This allows us to have events, what we can do on the land and all that sort of stuff. I'll maybe refer to the CEO. Yeah, the master plan is done.
It says there.
The only other thing I wish to raise, just while everyone's considering that, is I noticed in this particular motion and the recommendation in the business papers, but I've noticed it in a few of other recommendations. For example, it'll say, and I can refer to a few in today's paper, it'll say delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to make any necessary minor amendments to the draft plan of management prior to exhibition. In earlier motions, it says administrative amendments. Now, I'm concerned the words we're using in these motions, let's just assume that this gets endorsed today unanimously. Who defines what necessary minor amendments are that occur after it goes out to exhibition? Similarly with the previous motions where it says administrative amendments, which I take to be typographical amendments, in this particular scenario, it says necessary minor amendments to the draft plan of management. I'm concerned about the tone used in these motions because the words are starting to become different. Minor amendments mean that something could be put out that could materially change what the intent is of the council, and then essentially is conveyed in the wrong way than what this body has voted on.
I'll refer to the CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. I understand the question, councillor. Perhaps if we all go to page 292, under the title of next steps, that will give council some surety and some removal of any suspicious in relation to the words minor amendments. The council would endorse this draft POM. The draft POM would be placed on public exhibition. Public hearings would be held regarding proposed categorisations and the draft POM. Feedback then would be incorporated into a revised POM. That revised POM is back before council for adoption, including any public exhibition reports. That means that any arbitration in relation to necessary minor amendments would be captured not only during points 2, 3, 4, but clearly point 5.
So I think everyone gets what they want when we look at that. So once again, it's a plan of management. It's going on exhibition. It's going to come back to us, and we can move on, and we can have the workshops, the requisite workshops in between that. Do you want to, Councillor Carney, would you happy if I had that as a point 4?
Look, instinctively, instinctively, I was going to say, instinctively I was going to vote against it, but if there is a 0.4, there's no reason why, if it goes out to public exhibition, right, there's no reason why we can't at least meet, or something is set up, or something is sent out to us beforehand within that 42-day period. So if the workshop occurs first, and then from the workshop it goes out to public exhibition, then I've got no issue supporting it. Otherwise, as it currently stands, I won't be.
All right. So if we can put that in there, please, as a 0.4, if the mover and seconder are happy with that, that we basically just, whilst it's on public exhibition, there'll be a workshop held with councillors on the matter. On the plan of management. Microphone, please, councillor.
The notice of motion for December relates to the Woodward Park Master Plan, not the Plan of Management. So this is a separate, whilst the Plan of Management's on public exhibition, we have a councillor workshop about the Plan of Management. I'm okay with that. But noting that the next steps include a public hearing. So we will all be able to attend a public hearing as well. But if we want to have a workshop as well, I'm more than happy to attend. But it's not the same as the workshop from the December meeting, just to be clear.
And I think, once again, it's probably good to understand how the plan of management overrides, goes with the master plan. And once again, when we don't have briefing sessions, it's just, it makes it a little bit more challenging. So if the mover and the second are happy with that, no, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Sorry, Councillor Monaghan. My apologies, sorry.
One question, it's not going to change anything dramatically. I just want to ask the CEO, was a workshop held about the Woodward Park draft master plan? And I completely acknowledge and I understand that that is separate from the plan of management. I'm specifically talking about the master plan.
Through the chair, I don't know, councillor. I know one was scheduled. I don't know why it was cancelled, whether there was, unless anybody can help me, Director?
Through the CEO, I believe it was because the report was coming to the December council meeting. So under the code of meeting practice, it would be perceived as a briefing. So we were unable to run the workshop due to that reason.
All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna call a recess until 7:31 p.m. For 20 minutes. So thank you very much, and we'll resume at 7:31. Next item is Committee 01, Civic Advisory Committee 294, tab 11, recommendation on page 294.
Happy to move that way.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is Committee 02, Youth Council 299, 12, recommendation 299. Councillor McNaught.
Happy to move that way.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Moon. Any discussion? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Committee 03, Liverpool Community Safety Crime Prevention Committee, page 307, tab 13, recommendation on 307. Move Councillor Moon. We have a seconder. Seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion?
Just a couple of questions through the CEO. I couldn't notice any timelines anywhere about the CCT mapping to be done and the signage to be installed. It talks about it, but there's no timelines. Can that be clarified?
Thank you. Through the chair, we'll take it on notice. I'll have to look at what the committee undertook, but we'll take it on notice to give you a timeline.
Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. This is on the safety committee we're talking about?
Yes.
CTO3. Right, I've attended that a few times, and one of the issues that keeps coming up is the mall. Needles, all that sort of stuff, and the undesirable people that manage to go there. And the police, when I ask them, what can you do about it? And their answer is, and I respect that, their answer is, Councillor, we can't do very much. Under the legislation, all you can do is move them on. You know, I think this is one of our problems in that mall. Just moving them on doesn't seem good enough. What if they refuse, or our rangers and so on can't do it anyway? Maybe we need to get the police to be a little bit more proactive. We have a similar issue at the big park, the water feature there. You know, we've had problems there with needles being left there and undesirable people going there when they shouldn't. Is there anything we can really do, maybe raise with the state government? Personally, I think we shouldn't have to tolerate this.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, councillor. So in relation to both locations, operations team have been doing some target hardening, safer by design principles. You'll see that the water park has been moved from. They've done new a soft fall area in a colour that identifies needles easier. The treatment now of Macquarie Mall is in response to 3 or 4 needle stick injuries to our staff in the 1 month. So we started to move away from the planting arrangement into a soft fall compound to make sure that we can see those needles. Also, you'll see a lot of work over the next few months, again, safer by design in changing the seating configuration to a polished concrete, which removes the opportunity for those slats to be pulled up. The challenge, as a former detective, is not distant from Cabramatta, where within 100 metres of where we're sitting now, you can get free heroin / methadone, free food, free accommodation, and free healthcare. Now, some of those issues are for council, and we're trying to work on problems with the police. But the police tell me quite often that they can only work on statistics. So they work on the BOSCAR statistics, so the amount of reported crime, and it simply doesn't stack up by any more. Now, that could be because people are so fatigued in reporting the same thing that the police are under-resourced and don't make it in time, so they fail to report. But we are working, and I know Peter is the Director of Operations, with a whole of government kind of solution, but we just won't solve world hunger at Liverpool Council, and we will do our best to what we call target harden our environment to make sure that everybody's safe. What it doesn't do, of course, is give council the same amenity. Flowers are nicer than soft fall, but these are some of the things that we are doing to improve safety in the mall. And you, council, will no doubt be reassured by our recent resolution of this council that we are coming back to council with some options in relation to Macquarie Mall and its treatment.
Sorry, to get a little bit further to that. In the mall, do we have signage to say that, you know, that you've got CCTV cameras there, people are being monitored, that kind of thing? I'm not sure. To be honest, I haven't seen any, so they're not obvious to me, but do we have them? And if we don't have them, could we possibly do that?
That's a double negative, Deputy Mayor, but no, we do have them. And also we've got some signs. One of the treatments at the back of Warren Serviceway was some additional trespassing signs, which allows the police to further options in relation to move on. So we've worked with the local PAC to make sure that the signage is correct.
Any other speakers? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Committee 04, Tourism Events Committee 315, tab 14, recommendation on 315. Councillor Hart.
Is this, sorry, tourism, yes. Quorum was not met at this meeting, so should it be, shouldn't be minutes of a meeting. Should just be, we're noting the, I'll defer to Councillor McNaught because she got back.
I stepped out at an inopportune moment. I just wanted to change the recommendation to say that receives the meeting notes of the Tourism and CBD committee meeting and delete point 2 because there was actually no quorum for the meeting. So we're not endorsing anything. We're just noting that there were notes taken during the meeting.
Yep, cool. Do you have a, did you move that, Councillor Hart? Moved. Take a second. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. We're now moving to notices of motion. The first one is Councillor Rostevsky.
I just want to make a change to my motion. Remove points 1, 4 and 5.
Remove?
Remove, yes.
Points 1, 4 and 5. So what's the... do you have a seconder?
Second.
Second, Councillor Monahan. Any discussion?
Yes, I actually moved this motion before the sale. Unfortunately, it's happening with my motions. They're coming up late, but I'll go into that another time. But that's why it sort of looks a bit stale, but there's some key points in there that I want to discuss, in particular the agent, CBRE. Now, nothing personal against the mayor, but he was a previous director or employee of that organisation. And it's not a minor detail, it's a serious perception issue. Even if everything was done perfectly, even if every box was ticked, the optics in this are terrible. Because in public life, perception matters just as much as process. And if the community looks at this and thinks, you know, was this independent? Was it fair? Was there influence? Then we've already failed. And the law's pretty clear on this. You must not have any perceived conflicts of interest. So a simple question is, you know, I haven't seen any documented conflicts of interests, whether they're made, were they recorded, how were they managed. Transparency fixes doubt and silence fuels it. And in talking about the process, it was authorised under delegation, which is fine, but delegation is not a free pass to avoid any scrutiny. And when we're dealing with a significant public asset, the expectation is higher, not lower. So, you know, in this process, I'm having to chase this information, and it should have been put in front of us before the sale, who this agent was, considering the history of it, because I'll tell you what it looks like to the public. It looks like decisions are being made behind closed doors. It looks like the outcome was already locked in and the process is being explained afterwards. Now, that's not how transparency works, and I want to be very, very clear. There is a perceived conflict of interest, and lowering the bar, it shouldn't be lowered, it should be actually higher, because that's what the community deserve. We need independence, and right now the perception out there is there is none. Thank you.
Councillors, in regards to the directly naming me, and the motion is effectively about me, I'll declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest. It's the nature of the matter is it relates to my employment at a company 8 years ago, and the potential with it, it's non-pecuniary less significant. However, I will be leaving the chamber.
Just let me comment. Can you refer to me?
Through the chair to the CEO, I have a question. Can a motion compel any councillor to do anything?
So, sorry, the questions, I'll revert to the General Counsel for that one. I've just got another comment about this document. The question was, can a motion compel a councillor to do anything?
That's a very broad question.
I can be a bit more specific. There was once a motion that there was a motion before council asking a councillor to apologise for something, and this motion is asking for the production of documents by any councillor. So can a resolution of council actually compel a councillor to produce documents?
I think the answer to that is no, but I might need to reflect on that a bit more.
Thank you. Through the chair, can I just ask if council could consider that much of the notice of motion on NOM 1 at 321 is dealt with on QWN 4 at 522. So the very things that council are being asked, particularly in point 2 and point 3 of the current NOM, are addressed at QWN 4 on page 522. So what I don't want to do, councillor, is double handle. So
I agree, but there's 11 points on here, so I'm happy to remove that as well, if that's covered under that question with notice.
So through the chair, if I'm hearing you right, councillor, I'm happy to answer the NOM. I have no problems whatsoever. Squeaky clean, absolute probity, governed, proper, appropriate, beat the reserve, fantastic deal. Answer the whole question. After I take away the responses already in QWN 4, if that's suitable.
Any other points?
So I'm looking at originally what was point 2, which is I assume now is point 1 of the motion. Require the General Manager to provide a detailed report to councillors outlining the process used to appoint CBRE Group as the selling agent. Is that addressed in question with the notice 04?
Through the chair, yes.
whether the appointment was undertaken through a public tender process in accordance with the Local Government Act. Was that addressed in question with notice 4?
Through the chair, yes.
The number of submissions received during any tender process. Was that addressed?
Through the chair, yes.
The evaluation criteria used to select the successful agent. Was that addressed?
Through the chair, yes.
Any probity advice obtained during the process. Was that addressed?
Through the chair, yes.
All communication between council representatives and CBRE prior to their appointment. Was that addressed?
Almost impossibility given its description, but I can have a crack at it. All communications is a bit broad.
So that kind of goes back to originally point 6 of this motion, which is copies of all emails, correspondence, meeting notes and electronic communications between the Mayor, the Mayor's office, any councillor, the General Manager and council staff.
Through the chair, I'd have to take advice from the General Counsel in relation to privacy issues, confidentiality issues, commercial issues, all kinds of things.
So what I'm trying to get at is it's compelling a councillor to produce documents which we've just received advice from the General Counsel that upon their initial reflection is that they can't do that via motion or resolution of council. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it may be impossible, yes.
So point 2 is out.
Through the chair, that's a matter for council.
Was point 3 of this original motion require the General Manager to confirm whether any conflict of interest declarations were made by any council, including the Mayor, given his previous employment history of CBRE? Was that addressed in question with notice 4?
Yes, through the probity. Through the chair, yes, through the probity requirement. Page 525, section 3.
Yep. Point 8, confirmation of whether any conflict of interest declarations were made by any council or staff member relating to CBRE. Was that addressed in question with notice 4?
Through the chair, page 525, section 3.
9, the date and authority under which CBRE was formally appointed, including the delegation relied upon. Was that addressed in question with notice 4?
Through the chair, yes.
10, that the above information be provided to councillors in full, subject only to legitimate privacy or legal redactions. Is that information provided in question with notice 4?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
That council result. So do we need, is it general practice to resolve to refer a matter to any external agency if anyone suspects any form of misconduct? Or can a councillor just do that, or any person just do that of their own volition?
Through the chair, yes, they can if they suspect misconduct.
Does it require a resolution of council?
Sorry, you better give me the question again.
Sorry, does it require a resolution of council to refer something to an external agency, or can someone do that of their own volition?
Through the chair, on their own volition if they wish.
So besides point 7, which is a request for documentation, this motion has been largely or mostly or fully been addressed in question with notice 4. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'd suggest that all the general concerns of NOM 1 are addressed in QWN 4. And any residual issues, if the council is not satisfied, I'd be happy to take them on notice and answer anything about the sale of CT Lewis.
If that's the case, I'd like to move an amendment, and then we just include what was originally point 7, that the CEO provide a memo to councillors with a copy of any procurement documentation, including requests for tender or expressions of interest, valuation reports, probity advice, delegation instruments used to approve the appointment, and then a point 2 notes the responses to this notice of motion in question with notice 4.
So we need a mover and a seconder for your motion.
I'm happy to
You've
move that.
moved it.
Yep.
We need a seconder. your question or seconder? Councillor AJ is seconding the motion. Any further discussion? I put the motion.
Sorry, are we voting on the amendment now? Okay.
Good question.
So it should be that council, one, direct the CEO to provide a memo to councillors or a report. I'm happy to either way, whichever forum is fine. With copies of any procurement documentation. Yes, and point 2. Thank you.
Just through the chair, I assume evaluation reports means valuation reports. You want to know how much it was priced
Yes,
at?
sorry,
Yep.
that's I just took
Yeah,
from the
but
motion.
they've been supplied, but I'll supply them again.
The amendment first.
All right, then I need, we put the motion. And those in favour of the motion?
Of the amendment?
The amendment, sorry, the amendment. We're talking about the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? 3 and 4. Ooh. Evens. And I didn't vote, actually. I didn't vote in the first place. So I vote in favour of the amendment. And so I declare the amendment 1. We now... Oh. Did you want to have that recorded? It's recording it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's fine. I don't have to use a casting vote.
Did someone call a division?
Nobody did.
Did somebody call a division?
No.
No, but it's recorded, so it's obviously the equivalent of a division. It didn't have to be, but it was. Doesn't matter. It's the votes are there. That's fine. So the original motion is then is lost or disappears. What's the wording? Lapses. Sorry, councillor, but looking at what we've just discussed, from my point of view, your questions with notice effectively answered everything that you wanted. So you've got what you wanted anyway. Right? So I think that's fair enough. So thank you. Mr. Mayor, you can have your seat back.
Sorry, we didn't vote on the amendment.
Yeah, we voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment, but we have to vote on the substantive motion now. don't we?
5-4 on the amendment and the original motion.
Lapses. Because
Lapse is the right word.
No, does it lapse?
If the amended motion gets up,
Then it becomes a
how do we treat
substantive
the
motion.
original motion?
The amendment becomes the motion.
Yeah, and then we have to vote on the motion, which we haven't done.
Okay, so you need to leave again.
Yeah.
Procedural motion.
Yep, so you need to vote on the original motion now.
That doesn't seem right, does it? Okay, councillors, looks like we have to vote on the original motion. So put it to a vote. Those in favour of the original motion?
Sorry, of the amendment that's become the substantive.
This is confusing. I thought we did the amendment.
But it becomes the substantive motion, and then we
Okay,
have to
the
vote on the
amendment becomes the
substantive motion.
motion, and so you're going to do the same thing twice, but never mind. So put the amendment, which becomes the motion. Those in favour? 2, 1, 2. Oh, what happened to Councillor McNaught? You can't do that. It doesn't work like that, Councillor. It doesn't work like
She did it on the
that.
one before. Because she did it on the one before, obviously.
Can we just see if she's there? If not, I'm happy to pursue.
I just want it to be noted that next time I'm out of the room and I want my vote to count, I want council to wait for me, just like we're waiting now. I don't want any preferential treatment.
No, fair enough. Oh, look, I'm happy. If the councillor's not here, she's absent, so we vote those 4. 1, myself, what's that? That's 4. Those against? 4. Casting vote. 3, 4, was it? 1, 2, 3, and the one on the screen is 4. Yes, that's 4, so it's 4 evens, and my casting vote is for the amendment.
Motion.
As I
For the
said before,
amendment.
councillor, you've got your answer. What's the point? No, thank you. I go and get them in.
Yeah. It's you don't need to attend any more meetings, Councillor McNaught. Yep.
It's very pleasant outside, I must say. Oh, okay. Okay, next item is NOM 02, page 325, tab 16, recommendation on page 326.
Move that way and select option 2.
Happy to second.
So 2B.
Yes.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes.
Second, Councillor Monahan.
Councillor Monahan keeps beating me.
Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against, declare it lost. Next item is NOM 03, page 328, tab 17, with recommendation on page 329.
Move that way.
Move Councillor
Second.
Stevesy. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, second.
Second, Councillor Monahan. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare the motion lost. Next,
Division.
division. All those in favour, please stand. Against. Thank you. So we've got all the questions. We'll move to confidential items.
Mr Mayor, I just have a question related to one of the questions with notice.
Yes.
If I may ask the question through the chair. It's question with notice 07, and the comment in the papers is that this is going to take a considerable amount of time, and I wonder whether that actually, if we look at the Code of Meeting Practice Policy, we might look at 9.13A, where a question will utilise more than 4 hours of staff time or incur in excess of $500 in external costs as determined by the relevant area director. The councillor will be invited to submit the matter to council for determination in the form of a notice of motion.
I'll refer that to the CEO.
Thanks, through the chair. Would it? Sorry, is the question, would it take more than?
I just wanted to ask through the chair to the director whether that would take more than 4 hours, given the answer in the notes.
Yes, thank you. I'll refer to the director, community lifestyle.
Thank you. Through the chair, in returning to this question from Leave, It does appear that it will take a substantial amount of time. We can work with the council at the next council meeting, potentially to just formulate it as a NOM. That would be our preference, as so it can meet the Code of Meeting Practice guidelines. Thank you.
Can I just ask, having looking at this, how does this even meet the local government charter and the principles of local government? Are we now going to break down decisions of council based upon religion? And are we going to actually entertain this?
Well, that's a matter for council, I guess.
Oh, no, it's actually an operational matter. If council's asking question about how much money is being spent on different religions, is that, I don't see how that is in any way appropriate with the Local Government Act.
Only to the extent that we don't categorise events by religions. So to some degree, the potential NOM would be impossible. That's not the way we categorise events.
That not just be the answer to the questions.
I can help you. I know what I'm happy to sit down for half a day and help the staff go through it.
I guess, sorry, through the chair. I guess my point is, councillor, we don't discriminate or demarcate an event by one's religion.
I think Christmas is Christian, right? So you would put that allocation for the budget to a religion, correct?
I'd suggest that Christmas is enjoyed by many Australians, and it defines a period of celebration of an event, and it's not the sole remit of Christians. Although the very word Christmas is a clear indicator of its origin.
Well, to break down the word Christmas, it is the word Christ, which is the Messiah, which is the same word used in the Quran to celebrate the Messiah, Jesus Christ. So how does that one work?
Common sense prevails.
I don't know, sorry, through the chair, I don't know how we can get there, but thank you for your offer. So what we might do is take it.
All due respect, it's lunacy. If we're not going to break down everything that we do based upon religion, I don't know what, this is not Australia. If this is what we're going to start doing.
This is what people want to know, and I represent the community, and I've been requested to put this forward, so I am. If the mayor feels squirmish about it, that's his problem.
No skirmish. Section 226B of Local Government Act, promoting social cohesion. This is my role under the Act. And
this is social cohesion.
Sorry, excuse me,
this
Councillor.
Is a valid question.
This is not social cohesion. This is divisive. It's hate-filled.
No,
and it's pretty disgusting. It's probably goes down as probably the most disgusting thing that goes on in any local government area.
Really asking, people want to know how their money's being spent. The way you're carrying on is absolutely ludicrous. You are uncomfortable with this because you know that you're going to look like you're discriminating. What about the Lunar New Year? Every council around here celebrated New Year, but no, we're not going to do it. We're going to do it in May. Lunar New Year is in February. Now, questions we notice are not supposed to be debated, but you love hijacking it. And the public have spoken. You lost every booth in the last election. Acknowledge that. This is a valid mechanism for me to put questions with notice, and the director said they'll liaise with me. Not a problem. This is not a forum for debating that.
Why don't you just put up a motion that everything that we do gets reported based upon religious lines? Like save the time. Like when they're compiling it, they can just do it like that way. Wouldn't that make your life easier?
Mate, I have a valid question there, and it's going to be answered whether you like it or not.
But I'm asking you a question. Why don't you just make a policy up to council?
Answer my question with notice number 7, and
right?
We can debate that. The public has spoken. You lost every booth in Liberal heartland. You should be embarrassed by that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I suggest we have some decorum and go back to the menu. Thank you.
So I think it's been heard, so I think the points have been made. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll now move into the confidential items. Next item is Conf 1301, page 1385 in the confidential booklet, with
to move
recommendation on 1386.
Happy to move the recommendation.
Move Councillor Hart. You have a seconder? Seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 02, page 1392, with recommendation on page 1393.
I have some questions through the CEO.
Anyone moving a motion? Receive a note. Seconded Councillor Moon. Do you want to speak for your motion, Councillor McNaught?
No, just to say, to thank staff for the report. I think all the information's contained in there.
Councillor Sefsky, questions?
I didn't notice the what revenue Belgravia received from the Michael Wendon Centre last financial year in this report. Is it possible to get that information?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, I'll take that on notice and get you that information.
And also the profit as well, if I can get that as well on notice.
Sorry, I'm just not sure. Sorry, through the chair, I'm not sure I can give you the profit of an individual entity.
No, the profit from the 3 centres that they operate, not for their entirety.
Their profit?
They operate 3 of our centres.
Yep.
In this report, we're talking about giving them an extension on their contract, but I haven't seen any revenue information or profit details. Now, I'll tell you why I want that information. And I'm going to speak against this, so you can put your timer on if you like. I've got concerns about this report. Now, it's trying to convince us that outsourcing the Michael Wendon Aquatic Centre is the best outcome for ratepayers. When you really read it and you really analyse it, I can't see that proof whatsoever. In fact, more questions are being raised. We're told that bringing it in-house is going to cost, I won't mention the number, but it's going to cost X amount of dollars in more wages. But the report does not tell us, unless I'm wrong, which I couldn't find it, the revenue that they're making from the centre. It doesn't tell us the profit they make, they walk away with. It doesn't tell us whether that profit could be retained by council and reinvested back into the facility. And that's the core issue. This is a ratepayer-owned facility built with ratepayers' money, maintained with ratepayers' money, upgraded with ratepayers' money. Yet under the model in front of us, the private operator keeps all the revenue. We're also told that this is cheaper for us, but cheaper compared to what? Now look at other councils, they do it differently. Parramatta, Fairfield, Penrith, Bayside, Cumberland, Northern Beaches, Randwick, they run their own facilities. So let's not pretend that it's not impossible. We have a choice. So right now we have chosen to hand control of our own asset to a private operator. And the report talks about a portfolio model, 3 centres bundled together. But there's no transparency on each of them. I want to see breakdown of revenue, its costs and performances before we allocate a further extension on the existing contract. Ratepayers need to know if this centre is being properly invested or used to support a broader contract arrangement. And we're also told the contractor is taking on the maintenance. Now that sounds great, but council still pays for the big ticket items, the major capital upgrades. And the report itself admits this facility is ageing. It needs serious investments like pools, courts, fitness centre. We need to be clear, a private operator gets the upside. We carry the long-term burden. And we are told that there's going to be, I won't say the number because it's confidential, X amount contribution from the contractor. Against the scale of what this facility actually needs, that's just minimal. It's not going to cover it. The biggest concern for me is this: we lock ourselves into a contract already until 2028 without fully testing the in-house option. Before giving ratepayers a complete financial picture, before having full transparency on the revenue and the profit. Now we're told, oh, it's too hard to change. It's not good enough for me. We should not be making decisions based on convenience or contractual comfort. We should be making decisions based on what delivers the best long-term value for the community. And right now, this report does not prove that the current system is the answer. It just tells me the private operator keeps the income, council carries the asset risk, and ratepayers are left in the dark with the raw numbers. So if this is a better solution, prove it to us. Show us the revenue, the profit, the performance data, the comparison. Till then, we shouldn't be afraid to ask serious questions and bring this facility back, in my opinion, in-house. Because at the end of the day, this is not about contracts. And I'd like to move an alternate motion. If you guys can bring it up.
Well, Councillor Sefsi, under the new Code of Meeting practice, this is a foreshadowed motion which is not allowed. Huh? Don't consider this as an amendment to the motion. It's in the moved as an amendment. Yeah, but it's a negative of the original motion. It's not. It's incompatible with the original motion as moved by Councillor McNaught. So you can amend Councillor McNaught's motion in the spirit of what her motion is, versus this is a foreshadowed motion which is no longer permissible. I'm not familiar. I wasn't here, so I'm not aware of it.
Provide some clarity. I actually took your motion and then we boiled down what was already provided by council staff, and then we still took a portion of the motion that Councillor Rostevsky moved and we resolved that way. So the spirit and the essence was still there. We're just not duplicating work and wasting council staff's time.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
The non-resident, non-ratepayer councillor said I'm wasting staff time.
What's your point of order?
That's a derogatory and defamatory statement.
And yours isn't?
It's the truth. It's the truth. It is the truth.
Thank you.
And if the truth is defamatory, Councillor Hull, you live with it.
Thank you, Councillor Sefsi. Your point of order is not upheld. No.
So my motion will include, as per the recommendation, receive and note the report, point 1, and add all those as point 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, so once again, that's a foreshadowed motion. versus the motion that's been moved. So foreshadowed motions are not allowed anymore as per the changes the government made. So
Can I just hear it from the legal advisor?
we have a general counsel and it's the CEO to do it, but ultimately I'm the one who chairs this meeting. If you have an issue with that,
No,
you can move a dissenting
you
motion
can
in my
make your-
ruling.
You can make a ruling, but I'd like to hear their decision.
Once again, Councillor Stevsky, the general counsel does not make a decision. I'm the chair of the meeting. You can move a dissent motion as per the code of meeting practice.
Not a problem, but I just want to hear their decision, and everyone in the chamber wants to hear the decision. Allow that. Address for the CEO.
Yes, you can ask the CEO a question
I'm
if you
asking
like.
the CEO.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillor, can I please have the exact question again that you wish to ask the General Counsel to see if I'll refer it?
Is this a legal... can I move this motion on the floor to be voted on?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer to the General Counsel if he understood the question.
I think the question is whether the amendment is impermissible under the Code of Meeting Practice because it directly contradicts the original motion. I think I would have thought not. The original motion was just to receive a note, and this is to instead receive a note and do some other things.
My question's to the CEO. Just to clarify, is the General Counsel saying that this, in his opinion, separate from the fact of who chairs the meeting, that this would be a permissible amendment?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Monaghan, that's the interpretation of what the General Counsel has just said, yes.
Happy to second the amendment.
Well, thank you. The General Counsel has provided his advice. He doesn't chair the meeting. I see it as a foreshadowed motion, so I'm not accepting it. Feel free to move a dissenting motion if you
Yes,
like.
I move the dissenting motion.
Great. There's been a dissent motion been ruled. All those in favour, please stand. Against? I declare the motion lost. So we'll deal with the motion that exists on the chair, which is that the matter be as moved by Councillor McNaught. Unless Councillor Rostevsky, you have another motion that is in line, an amendment that's in line with the motion as moved by Councillor McNaught.
I think his first amendment was just ruled otherwise. I've got a question. My question is through the chair to Councillor McNaught, that the recommendation be adopted. That's the recommendation, simply receives and notes the report, correct?
That's what it says in the book, yeah, correct.
Perfect, thanks.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Deputy Mayor?
we're talking about a contract here for the current contract. I've been here long enough to have had reports about this very same issue for every time the contracts come up. And in every instance, it has been much more beneficial to council to have external operators conduct this every time. And the cost difference is quite considerable. Therefore, I would agree with the recommendation. Now, if we need to, I'm sure that information that you need, the cost differences, are available. They've been available previously. We've looked at it many times, and as I said, in every instance, it has been to our benefit to have external operators operate our facilities. Now, I know that Fairfield and others don't do that, but their costs are quite different to Liverpool. And we have had presentations before. You might want to look up the previous contract that was on this, and I was here at the time, and it certainly showed there is a vast difference between council running it and an external operator. And in fact, the problem is we do not have the necessary staff to run those. It would mean employing all those people to do that at conditions that would cost us far more than it would cost a private operator. And that's the reason why we haven't done it in the past.
That's great, but what you're saying doesn't say that in the report. I work on numbers, not speculation, and that's why I was asking for the numbers. And when we get the numbers from the CEO, we can have that debate.
Just to the CEO.
So this report deals with a resolution of the 25th of March 2025. You are contractually bound until the 1st of October 2028 under the current requirement, and council can be assured that perhaps we have the leading expert in local government pool management in chambers tonight, and the author of this report, who has been around the numbers. The numbers have been presented to council on a number of occasions. They are clear. With the contract comes the overhead. With the contract comes the labour. With the contract comes a lot of things that aren't sometimes clearly identifiable as managing the pool. And to the extent that I cannot, probably will not, and cannot give you the profit of a private company in a report, I will attempt to go back to the numbers, speak to Mr. Lambeth, and we'll get you some more details about the viability.
All right. Councillor McNaught, would you like your right of reply?
No, I just to say that, as usual, as usually happens as those contracts do come up, I'm certain that we will have the same workshops and presentations that we have every time the contracts come up. So I thank staff for that in advance.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it carried. Next item is Conf 03, page 1402, the recommendation on page 1403.
Move as per the recommendation.
Deputy Mayor, do you mind taking the chair for a moment, please?
Yep.
Config 03, page 1402, and the recommendation is on page 1403.
Happy to second.
Mover.
It's moved. Councillor McNaught, seconded myself.
Very good. Councillor McNaught. Councillor Hart. Question, Councillor Ristevski.
Thank you. The report says if rezoning fails, council can sell part of the land. How do we minimise the risk? If the property market moves or the resale, is that a loss or the transaction costs eat into this?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. So we would do it like much of our property portfolio under P26. We would make sure the market conditions suit our options. So if the tactic was to sell part of the land and the market didn't respond to that at a certain time, we'd hold the land until such time it did.
Any more questions? No. Put the motion. Sorry, we had a mover and a seconder. I put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. I declare the motion won. The Mayor can come back in.
No, I think he's gone upstairs for a sec.
All right, we can continue. Config 04, page 1408, recommendation on 1409.
I'm happy to move as per the recommendation.
Councillor McNaught to move the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor.
I've got a couple of questions because this is quite a
Councillor Ristevski, yes.
Quite a large contract. The company that won was more expensive than. Can I mention the name without mentioning the?
Sorry, can I just ask if you're on the right? Are we doing Comp 03?
04 we're doing.
Oh, okay. Yep. Well, okay, was dearer than one of the tenderers, but the one that won because of a non-price scoring. Now the report to me should explain what exact weaknesses caused the second company to lose and whether those weaknesses were justified paying a higher price, which is what this report is saying.
CEO.
Sorry, so look, all procurements by council are governed by Section 55 of the Local Government Act. And as councils will see on page 1412, they are weighted. Sometimes the weightings will allow the highest price to come through if the other weightings are around quality, skills and resources, whether the company's known to us, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the rationale as to why one company may get in advance of another.
Two more questions. The structure, I'm looking at this, creates a bit of confusion. The report says the work was split into 4 separate components, but council chose one contractor. The report argues that it's better to give it to one contractor, but then it raises a serious question: why split the tender process into separable portions if we're always going to prefer one head contractor?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. So that's not always the case, but it'd be, go back to a street. Okay, so the separable portions here were early works. That's works under the ground, including electrical works, structural enabling works. Then portion B was the intersection upgrades, civil works and traffic signals. Then portion C was streetscapes, so paving and above the ground. And then portion D, higher above the ground, street lighting. If we were to issue those in portions to 4 different companies, it would be like having a labourer inside your house, the electrician, the plumber, the carpenter and the builder all in the same house at the same time. Okay, there are efficiencies of scale and efficiencies of process that make a D&C or a design and construction or this kind of construction project much more efficient for council, and that's why we do it that way.
Final question. The report says it's going to cost probably double than what the tender price is, and I raise serious questions. I really don't want to come back with all these contingencies and then all of a sudden the price that we're approving today comes back double, because it's half what the report says, what council says it will cost to build this project.
Sorry, through the chair, just point me to the 100% increase issue. Yep. So just might refer to the Director of Operations just to clarify that.
Through the CEO, that refers to the total budget available. Doesn't say that will be the total budget of the project. That's the total budget that's available, and that is always stipulated so that we know we are not asking for anything we don't have, Councillor. And if I may go back to the earlier point about portions, portions also relate to scheduling and programming. And in particular for live environment projects, it's wise to do that, because you might encounter something, whether it be a latent condition or something you're not sure about, where you may need to stop works. And if you need to stop works, then you can get penalties, delay notices, costs. So by putting it in portions, it very much helps you manage the risk of project deliveries, and in particular in live environments.
Any other questions? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hands. Councillor, did you vote for? Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is Config 06, page 1443. Sorry? Oh, there you are. Crossed out the wrong one. Config 05, 1437, and the recommendation on page 1438. Councillor Hart to move the recommendation. Seconder. Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? Councillor Restiv. Aye. So the motion is passed. Config 06, page 1443, and the recommendation on page 1444. Happy to move, Councillor Hart. Seconder, Councillor Amoon. Any questions? Sorry? Someone's left their mic on.
Just with this one, I've noticed a massive price jump from what council's original valuation is, what the owner's valuation. Just making sure that we've ticked every box in that department.
Yeah, well, we don't need to because the Just Terms Act tells us to. So what that typically occurs, councillors, when landowners have a price, we value it a price, and then it is arbitrated under Just Terms Act. A decision is made, and they get the value price plus a disturbance fee, and that's where the variation is evident.
Thank you. Any other questions? Happy with that, councillor? Put the motion. Oh, we voted and you voted against it, I remember. So it's passed as well. Config 07, sorry.
Deputy Mayor,
What have
I
I
move
done?
that we move confidential item 07 to the end of the meeting because I'd like to go into closed session for that item.
Certainly. End of meeting. Anybody have a problem with that? No? Yes? No? Good.
Actually, I do, because I don't even know what's in there.
There you are.
Oh, is it about me?
I'm not saying anything. Oh dear. Config 08. The Legal Affairs Report on page 1451, recommendation on the same page.
I have a question. I've noticed an icon property in there. Is that the same icon property that has links to the Mayor and Councillor Hart as exposed in the public inquiry? And why are they looking at this information without being blinded? Is that the same entity?
Through the chair, noting we are in confidential. And with no reference to other jurisdictions. Number 36 is the same entity.
Well, I'm just concerned that councillors aren't reading these reports and turning up at a council meeting, and then it requires another councillor to point it out that they have a conflict of interest. Now, that's embarrassing. If we are talking about the same icon property, and I just want to get clarification on that, the same icon property that was the subject of the public inquiry donations made in the 2021 election, council election, which Councillor Hart and the Mayor, and he's done the right thing, he's walked out of the chamber, but I see Councillor Hart sitting here. We need clarification on this.
Order.
What's your point of order?
If there's any imputation that I'm in breach of the code of conduct or not disclosing a conflict of interest, the councillor is more than welcome to make a code of conduct complaint against me. I don't think this is the forum to air any concerns about conflicts of interest.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Can we just move a motion because there's no motion before us at the moment, so I'm happy to
So I need
receive
mover
and note the
seconder.
report. Happy to move that way.
Councillor McNaught moves it. Need a seconder. Councillor Amoon.
The reason I bring it up, it was central to the public inquiry, and the councillor has sat here in silence and he's been allowed to look at this report. Well, I'm happy not to look at what's in confidential 07, but it seems like there's some sort of discrimination here. When he was the centre of the public inquiry regarding an illegal donation from a developer.
Point of order. Councillor.
Well, is it the same entity or not?
I'm waiting for my microphone. Once again, if the councillor has concerns about my conduct, he's more than welcome to make a code of conduct complaint against me. If it's it's ultimately up to me and how I disclose my conflicts of interest. And I've remained in the chamber for this item. And yes, I did read the item. I have read the report. Just for the councillor to know, it's ultimately up to me to make that disclosure if I believe I have a conflict of interest, and I have not made that disclosure.
Sorry. That's perfect, and that goes against your reputation and your integrity. And I will be doing that. I will be moving a code of conduct against you.
Councillor, you cannot state that in a meeting. Thank you. Right, so where were we? Councillor AJ.
Yeah, just to the chair and also to the CEO. I think the mayor makes it clear when we start a meeting, if anybody has a conflict of interest, they should declare it. So I think we are all responsible regards to who should make a conflict of interest declaration. It's up to individual. So let's move on to the subject because this back and forth is not helping. Thank you.
I agree with you, Councillor. And in any case, just to reiterate, if you have a code of conduct complaint, that has to be done privately and without any other person's knowledge. Am I right, legal representative? Sorry. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Jen, sorry, through the chair, and just for clarification, there had been no findings from the public inquiry yet.
So we voted. Did we vote on Config 08? No. So put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Monahan, I don't see your hand, so you're okay. Thank you. Config 09, which councillor is...
may have been withdrawn, I don't know.
Yeah, that's been withdrawn. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Withdrawn?
09.
Withdrawn 09. Did you do that earlier, council? Thank you. Config 10.
I'm happy to move the recommendation, but I do have a question.
Yes. Oh, let's first get... Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm happy to move the recommendation. I just want to know, this was previously, or components of this report was previously a public report. Can I know why, through the Deputy Mayor to the CEO, why this is now under closed cover or confidential cover?
Good question.
Through the chair, I concur, Deputy Mayor. That is a good question, and I'll ask the Director of Community Services.
Councils, I refer to Craig Lambeth. I was absent during the collation, so I need to understand why this transfer didn't get to him today. So Craig can provide clarity. I understand his financial statements, but I understand that they shouldn't be provided, so we will get that clarity.
Through the CEO, it's moved to confidential on the request of one of the applicants who's asked that their financial statements not be made public.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the CEO, I'm pretty sure the financial statements were always under confidential cover. Isn't that the case? I think because that was a resolution by Councillor Rostevsky once upon a time that we get provided those details, but the recommendation, the executive summary and the report is usually provided to us under the regular council agenda.
And that has not been the case this time, is what you're saying?
Well, it is under
Normally the recommendations are in the public agenda, but the financials and other items are under confidential cover. So it's just that these aren't in the public agenda and they should be.
Okay, so through the chair, so Craig Lambeth has described why it is in this occasion. We'll revert back to our normal practice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak against his motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's in the confidential, so I'm going to be sort of very candid. looking at these three applicants, some of them are turning over, without mentioning names, 10 million a year, net assets of 3 million. We've got another one doing a gross profit of nearly 3 million. Another one sitting with net assets of 2 million. Another one, 5 million in revenue. These are quite decent sized organisations, and to come cap in hand to council via the ratepayers to ask for funding, I can't support that. You know, we've got a cost of living crisis at the moment, and especially now we're going to be asking for our ratepayers to approve an increase of council rates on 1st of July. Now, I just think this is irresponsible to be giving money like this. These are not organisations in need, and we need to go back to basics, roads, rubbish and cleanliness of our core services. So I'll be voting against this.
Any other comments? Put the motion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? 2, 3.
Division, please.
To declare the motion carried.
Division.
Division. Did you want to do a division?
Yep.
Division. Those 4. Sorry. Okay. Now what are you doing? Those 4, the grants and donations as is. I voted for them, I was going to say. Thank you. Declare it one. Those against? Do you want to stand up, councillor? Thank you. Config 11. Let me see. Capital Works Program, Liverpool Olympic, page 1570, and the recommendation on page 1575.
I'm happy to move as per the recommendation.
Per the recommendation,
Yeah.
Councillor McNaught, seconder. Councillor Ristevski, you want to ask questions or are you seconding it? Sorry? Seconding, very good. Thank you. Any discussion?
Just thanks staff for the comprehensive report and looking forward to moving through that.
Thank you, likewise. So that's carried and that I guess was unanimous. Questions with notice, config 12. I thought we did that, didn't we?
No, different one.
Different one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Same issue.
Question with notice, Councillor Ristevski. Page 1583, and there is no recommendation, of course. So, Councillor, questions with notice. Do you want to ask anything? No? Okay. So that, let me see. We have to put the motion. Need a mover and a seconder? No?
No, it's a question with notice.
Question.
Yeah, we done.
So why is it in confidential? I'm thinking confidential is... Sorry.
Got some numbers in it.
Yeah, okay. So that now means we go into confidential for the last item, config 07.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we move into confidential session to hear Conf 07.
Certainly.
Under section 10A2G of the Local Government Act.
Thank you, councillor. So regretfully, I have to ask the audience to leave. And while we do that, I would good question.
Yeah, so I move that we move into closed session.
I'm happy to second.
I thought that passed.
Should we hang on?
Okay, let's
Should we
vote on who
wait
wants. We will move into closed session.
Well, I just
Councillor Sam. Sorry, Councillor Ganip. Getting bad. Late at night.
I haven't heard that one yet. If my mic can just be turned on.
I think Councillor Rostevsky has been referred to an email he's received, so I think we should wait for that to occur.
Can I suggest a 5-minute comfort break?
Yeah, I've
While
got
we
no
wait
issues.
for that.
Happy to have a 5-minute break. Thank you. So we've decided to move into, we need to vote on whether we move into confidential session or not. So we had the mover and the seconder for that. All those in favour say aye or vote yes, against. Thank you. So we now are moving into confidential, which means you people who were walking out earlier, you can do so now.
recommendation.
For this.
I don't know, Malie, does he read the number as well?
Because it's confidential.
I just say agree a budget.
Agree a budget of.
Yeah, agree a budget for the proceedings.
Yes. Good on you. Oh dear. Thank you, everyone. I just read out the. I've got to read out the confidential item that we just discussed, and the recommendation was approved. And 1, note the contents of the report, and 2, agree a budget of the proceedings in 2025-26, and note the expected budget requirements and budget risk for 2026-27. Thank you very much, and that's the end of our meeting. Shall see you next time.
Malie?